Ready? Play.
My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time. I'm also aware, I learned something in the last year or two. I didn't learn many things, but I did learn this. Iga Swiatek, she loves tiramisu, okay? And I also learned the meaning in English of tiramisu, which is to like lift me up, to cheer me up. Yes. Is the translation, right? Well, listen, Mario, London may have lost the ATP Tour Finals. Brits like me may have lost out, but Italians and Turin in particular has gained. And despite feeling a bit sad about London losing it, after this chat, Mario, you've cheered me up. You've tiramisu'd me. You've tiramisu'd me.
Ready? Play.
Make the most of having you on the show, Damien, and get your thoughts on the other finals that are coming up and how you see them going. I think I could predict what you might be about to say for a lot of them, but at least for the men's final. I
mean, I'm not as sort of like harsh on Djokovic's chances as I was at Wimbledon. I think they're better. Okay. It's a best of 3 match. The knee issue that he picked up against Steph seems like it kind of went away after a few games. So, just in general, after the knee procedure, I mean, at Wimbledon it was like 2 or 3 weeks. Now it's 5, 6, or whatever. So yeah, I mean, I'm not as bullish on the chances of Alcaraz as I was at Wimbledon. I still think he's the favorite. I think that's kind of like needless to say. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see this match being close. Like mentally for Djokovic, I think there are two ways to look at it. One is he's gonna be like fried mentally, like he was in some other occasions at the Olympics or the 2021 US Open final, for example, and he was trying to make history. Or he's gonna be like extremely hungry for it, which we also saw him, do sometimes when he was chasing history. So I think there are two modes. One obviously like totally just disallows him to win the match. One makes his chances better. Yeah, I think his chances are much greater than at Wimbledon.
I agree with you. I also think that he's going to be dialed in because I don't think he goes into sort of the rabbit in the headlights mode against players that he sees as a big threat. I'm not saying he didn't see Medvedev as one, but Alcaraz is a different beast to Medvedev, and maybe that's going to motivate him. I don't know if he'll see himself as the underdog, but he'll see this as an even match. Whereas I think in 2021 US Open, he knew Medvedev would be tough, but he should win it.
Sure.
Maybe. But this is all very much getting inside Djokovic's head, and we don't know.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready? Play.
I want one more thing from you, Francisca. Can you look at the camera? And I want you to say, I am Francisco Jorge, and I am a friend of the show. Can you try it?
I am Francisca Jorge, and I'm a friend. Wait.
Go. It's okay.
I'm Francisca Jorge, and I'm a fan of the show.
One more time. Can you say, I'm a friend of the show?
Friend.
Like amigo.
Friend.
A friend. So, because we joke, we have players come on all the time. They have no idea, but after they've been on, we say, oh, Yelena Ostapenko is a friend of the show. She has no idea. But so if we get you to say, I am Francisca Jorge, or how you say your name, and
I am Francisca Jorge, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect. Thanks, just want you to do me one more thing. I want you to hold the microphone. I want you to look in the... Don't be nervous. I mean, listen, you've just beaten Yelena Ostapenko.
I'm not nervous.
No, you shouldn't be. If you can beat Ostapenko twice in one day, you can do this for sure. I want you to look at the camera and just say, hi, my name is, say your name, and then say, and I'm a friend of the show.
Friend of the show?
Yeah?
Okay. Hi, my name is Susan, and I'm a friend of the show.
Say your whole name for me. That's the only thing I want.
Sorry.
Surname too. No, you're doing great.
You're
doing
cutting,
great.
huh?
Yeah, I'll cut it up. Don't worry. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Cool. Thank you very much, Susan.
You're welcome.
Good luck for the rest of the tournament. And I will tag you on Instagram, and you can reject. I do have one more tiny thing, which is I want you to look into the camera.
Yeah.
I want you to say your name.
Yes.
And I want you to say, I am a friend of the show.
I'm a friend of the show. Okay.
Perfect, yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much.
Hi, Novak. I don't know if you saw what Vasek said last night about organising, and tennis could and should be even bigger than it already is. If only the people organising it were doing their job properly. He highlighted the balls, he highlighted playing late at night and then early in the morning, and injuries. I just wondered whether you heard that, but also if you'd like to add something.
No, I haven't heard that. I actually saw Vasek just before I came here to see you guys, but I haven't seen his statement on that. But there's been a lot of discussions on the effect of the different balls and basically every week on the joints and the wrist and the shoulders and the elbows. And I think someone told me that in terms of injuries this year compared to other years is drastically has gone up. So in terms of the balls, I absolutely agree. There should be some discussion on that. I actually spoke about that with Andrea Gaudenzi, the ATP president, and Massimo, who is the CEO, in Paris during Paris-Bercy week. And I shared my opinion and my views, and then obviously they are thinking about various different options and ways of how to regulate that and how to make it better for the players and prevent injuries. In terms of the scheduling, I think there has been a lot of criticism and a lot of players complaining about it. So I think that should be addressed in a proper way. Obviously, Davis Cup and ITF is regulated differently from ATP Tour and from Grand Slams. You have different governing bodies, different schedules, different broadcasting demands. In the end of the day, we know that the TV is the one deciding, fortunately or unfortunately, but there has to be more, I guess, thorough discussions on that as well.
Ready? Play.
Probably make the most of having you on the show, Damien, and get your thoughts on the other finals that are coming up and how you see them going. I think I could predict what you might be about to say for a lot of them, but at least for the men's final.
I mean,
Right.
I'm not as sort of like harsh on Djokovic's chances as I was at Wimbledon. I think they're better. It's a best of 3 match. The knee issue that he picked up against Steph seems like it kind of went away after a few games. So, just in general, after the knee procedure, I mean, at Wimbledon it was like 2 or 3 weeks. Now it's 5, 6 or whatever. So yeah, I mean, I'm not as bullish on the chances of Alcaraz as I was at Wimbledon. I still think he's the favorite. I think that's kind of like needless to say. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see this match being close. Like mentally for Djokovic, I think there are two ways to look at it. One is he's gonna be like fried mentally, like he was in some other occasions at the Olympics or the 2021 US Open final, for example, and he was trying to make history. Or he's gonna be like extremely hungry for it, which we also saw him, do sometimes when he was chasing history. So I think there are two modes. One obviously like totally just disallows him to win the match. One makes his chances better. Yeah, I think his chances are much greater than at Wimbledon.
I agree with you. I also think that he's going to be dialed in because I don't think he goes into sort of the rabbit in the headlights mode against players that he sees as a big threat. I'm not saying he didn't see Medvedev as one, but Alcaraz is a different beast to Medvedev, and maybe that's going to motivate him. I don't know if he'll see himself as the underdog, but he'll see this as an even match. Whereas I think in 2021 US Open, he knew Medvedev would be tough, but he should win it.
Sure.
Maybe. But this is all very much getting inside Djokovic's head, and we don't know.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things.
Ready? Play.
Señoras y señores, el fisioterapeuta ha sido llamado al campo. Milano invitado. Senhoras e senhores, o vencedor, Thiago Monteiro. Aplausos também para Carlos Alcaraz. Desejamos melhoras e até a próxima.
Hi, Novak. I don't know if you saw what Vasek said last night about organising, and tennis could and should be even bigger than it already is. If only the people organising it were doing their job properly. He highlighted the balls, he highlighted playing late at night and then early in the morning and injuries. I just wondered whether you heard that, but also if you'd like to add something.
No, I haven't heard that. I actually saw Vasek just before I came here to see you guys, but I haven't seen his statement on that. But there's been a lot of discussions on the effect of the different balls and basically every week on the joints and the wrist and the shoulders and the elbows. And I think someone told me that in terms of injuries this year comparing to other years is drastically has gone up. So in terms of the balls, I absolutely agree. There should be some discussion on that. I actually spoke about that with Andrea Gaudenzi, the ATP president, and Massimo, who's the CEO, in Paris during the Paris-Bercy week. And I shared my opinion and my views, and then obviously they are thinking about various different options and ways of how to regulate that and how to make it better for the players and prevent injuries. In terms of the scheduling, I think there has been a lot of criticism and a lot of players complaining about it. So I think that should be addressed in a proper way. Obviously, Davis Cup and ITF is regulated differently from ATP Tour and from Grand Slams. You have different governing bodies, different schedules, different broadcasting demands. In the end of the day, we know that the TV is the one deciding, fortunately or unfortunately, but there has to be more, I guess, thorough discussions on that as well.
Ready? Play.
Make the most of having you on the show, Damien, and get your thoughts on the other finals that are coming up and how you see them going. I think I could predict what you might be about to say for a lot of them, but at least for the men's final.
I mean, I'm not as sort of like harsh on Djokovic's chances as I was at Wimbledon. I think they're better.
Okay.
It's a best of 3 match. The knee issue that he picked up against Steph seems like it kind of went away after a few games. So, just in general, after the knee procedure, I mean, at Wimbledon it was like 2 or 3 weeks. Now it's 5, 6 or whatever. So yeah, I mean, I'm not as bullish on the chances of Alcaraz as I was at Wimbledon. I still think he's the favorite. I think that's kind of like needless to say. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see this match being close. Like mentally for Djokovic, I think there are 2 ways to look at it. One is he's gonna be like fried mentally, like he was in some other occasions at the Olympics or the 2021 US Open final, for example, and he was trying to make history. Or he's going to be like extremely hungry for it, which we also saw him, do sometimes when he was chasing history. So I think there are 2 modes. One obviously like totally just disallows him to win the match. One makes his chances better. Yeah, I think his chances are much greater than at Wimbledon.
I agree with you. I also think that he's going to be dialed in because I don't think he goes into sort of the rabbit in the headlights mode against players that he sees as a big threat. I'm not saying he didn't see Medvedev as one, but Alcaraz is a different beast to Medvedev, and maybe that's going to motivate him. I don't know if he'll see himself as the underdog, but he'll see this as an even match. Whereas I think in 2021 US Open, he knew Medvedev would be tough, but he should win it.
Sure.
Maybe. But this is all very much getting inside Djokovic's head and we don't know.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready. Play.
Make the most of having you on the show, Damien, and get your thoughts on the other finals that are coming up and how you see them going. I think I could predict what you might be about to say for a lot of them, but at least for the men's final.
I mean, I'm not as sort of like harsh on Djokovic's chances as I was at Wimbledon. I think they're better. It's a best of 3 match. The knee issue that he picked up against Steph seems like it kind of went away after a few games. So, just in general, after the knee procedure, I mean, at Wimbledon it was like 2 or 3 weeks. Now it's 5, 6 or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not as bullish on the chances of Alcaraz as I was at Wimbledon. I still think he's the favorite. I think that's kind of like needless to say. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see this match being close. Like mentally for Djokovic, I think there are two ways to look at it. One is he's going to be like fried mentally like he was in some other occasions at the Olympics or the 2021 US Open final, for example, and he was trying to make history. Or he's going to be like extremely hungry for it, which we also saw him do sometimes when he was chasing history. So I think there are two modes. One obviously like totally just disallows him to win the match. One makes his chances better. Yeah, I think his chances are much greater than at Wimbledon.
I agree with you. I also think that he's going to be dialed in because I don't think he goes into sort of the rabbit in the headlights mode against players that he sees as a big threat. I'm not saying he didn't see Medvedev as one, but Alcaraz is a different beast to Medvedev, and maybe that's going to motivate him. I don't know if he'll see himself as the underdog, but he'll see this as an even match. Whereas I think in 2021 US Open, he knew Medvedev would be tough, but he should win it.
Sure.
Maybe. But this is all very much getting inside Djokovic's head, and we don't know.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready. Play.
Make the most of having you on the show, Damien, and get your thoughts on the other finals that are coming up and how you see them going. I think I could predict what you might be about to say for a lot of them, but at least for the men's final.
I mean, I'm not as sort of like harsh on Djokovic's chances as I was at Wimbledon. I think they're better. It's a best of 3 match. The knee issue that he picked up against Steph seems like it kind of went away after a few games. So, just in general, after the knee procedure, I mean, at Wimbledon it was like 2 or 3 weeks. Now it's 5, 6 or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not as bullish on the chances of Alcaraz as I was at Wimbledon. I still think he's the favorite. I think that's kind of like needless to say. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see this match being close. Like mentally for Djokovic, I think there are two ways to look at it. One is he's going to be like fried mentally like he was in some other occasions at the Olympics or the 2021 US Open final, for example, and he was trying to make history. Or he's going to be like extremely hungry for it, which we also saw him do sometimes when he was chasing history. So I think there are two modes. One obviously like totally just disallows him to win the match. One makes his chances better. Yeah, I think his chances are much greater than at Wimbledon.
I agree with you. I also think that he's going to be dialed in because I don't think he goes into sort of the rabbit in the headlights mode against players that he sees as a big threat. I'm not saying he didn't see Medvedev as one, but Alcaraz is a different beast to Medvedev, and maybe that's going to motivate him. I don't know if he'll see himself as the underdog, but he'll see this as an even match. Whereas I think in 2021 US Open, he knew Medvedev would be tough, but he should win it.
Sure.
Maybe. But this is all very much getting inside Djokovic's head, and we don't know.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready. Play.
Make the most of having you on the show, Damien, and get your thoughts on the other finals that are coming up and how you see them going. I think I could predict what you might be about to say for a lot of them, but at least for the men's final.
I mean, I'm not as sort of like harsh on Djokovic's chances as I was at Wimbledon. I think they're better.
Okay.
It's a best of 3 match. The knee issue that he picked up against Steph seems like it kind of went away after a few games. So, just in general, after the knee procedure, I mean, at Wimbledon it was like 2 or 3 weeks. Now it's 5, 6 or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not as bullish on the chances of Alcaraz as I was at Wimbledon. I still think he's the favorite. I think that's kind of like needless to say. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see this match being close. Like mentally for Djokovic, I think there are 2 ways to look at it. One is he's going to be like fried mentally like he was in some other occasions at the Olympics or the 2021 US Open final, for example, when he was trying to make history. Or he's going to be like extremely hungry for it, which we also saw him do sometimes when he was chasing history. So I think there are 2 modes. One obviously like totally just disallows him to win the match. One makes his chances better. Yeah, I think his chances are much greater than at Wimbledon.
I agree with you. I also think that he's going to be dialed in because I don't think he goes into sort of the rabbit in the headlights mode against players that he sees as a big threat. I'm not saying he didn't see Medvedev as one, but Alcaraz is a different beast to Medvedev, and maybe that's going to motivate him. I don't know if he'll see himself as the underdog, but he'll see this as an even match. Whereas I think in 2021 US Open, he knew Medvedev would be tough, but he should win it.
Sure.
Maybe. But this is all very much getting inside Djokovic's head, and we don't know.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Well, hello there, and welcome to Talking Tennis. I've realised my mic is not plugged in. Let's try that again. Hello there, welcome to Talking Tennis. It is the Olympics final between Carlos Alcaraz and Novak Djokovic. What a fascinatingly poised match. 3-3 in the head-to-head, as you can see. They've had some absolute epics. They've had some fairly flat ones. Obviously, last year we had the back-to-back summer matches between Djokovic and Alcaraz in Cincinnati and Wimbledon. And then we had the very one-sided affairs after that with Djokovic thrashing Alcaraz. And with Djokovic thrashing Alcaraz, and then Alcaraz doing the same as Djokovic in the Wimbledon final this year. Ashley and Dave, good to see you both. Ashley, there isn't a delay. They're starting about on time. I did scroll back through the chat, by the way. You can watch this on Discovery Plus. I don't know if they're going to put it on BBC iPlayer because I'm watching on Discovery Plus, so I definitely can watch it. But in terms of the BBC, they might put it on, they might not. If there's any Brits in action somewhere, they're probably going to prioritise that, or they'll probably prioritise athletics and things. I don't know what they're showing on the iPlayer. I'm not watching it. In terms of the 11 a.m. thing, Ashley, that was for the women's doubles bronze medal final, and then this was always going to follow that. So the session starts at 11 a.m. They're warming up now at the minute. Dave, greetings. Hello. Yes, we know it's on Peacock in the US. That's great. I believe Ashley's in the UK, as I am. So I'm watching on Discovery Plus. But yeah, going back to the match, 3-3, very interestingly poised. I think the first two encounters, obviously Djokovic got Alcaraz in the French when Alcaraz struggled with the cramp. Alcaraz got him the year before that in Madrid in the semi-finals in a very, very close match. And certainly if Djokovic is anywhere near close to his best, this should be close. Because that's the thing. Coming off, Djokovic is still dealing with his knee problem. It didn't seem to be a factor against Tsitsipas, which is good. And Alcaraz is looking to continue his great summer winning Roland Garros, Wimbledon. If he gets the Olympics as well, that's quite the run that he's put together. The only similar run that's been achieved in the men's singles would be the Nadal Roland Garros Wimbledon Olympic run of 2008. And actually, it's not unusual. The Wimbledon champions usually gone on to win the Olympics back-to-back. It happened in 2012 and 2016 with Andy Murray. Murray was with the final of Wimbledon in 2012 by mistake. I think they ended up repeating the final because it was the same location, different result. But 2016 happened with Andy Murray as well. We'll have to see. Dave's curious to see if anyone's going to start nervously. That's a factor. Djokovic has been waiting for this Olympic final for so long. I was thinking, he's played 5 Olympics. He's reached the semi-finals in 4 of them. This is the first time, probably will be the only time he wins one. Now this is going to be his best result in the Olympics. Who's the favourite? Carlos is the favourite. Based on fitness, based on momentum, based on the fact he's the Roland Garros champion, based on the fact he just beat Djokovic at Wimbledon. But I wouldn't count Novak out because he's going to be super motivated. Don't forget, if he wins this, he completes tennis. But Carlos is the man with the momentum. Djokovic is the man who wants to prove a point. Alcaraz will have other Olympics to win. He'll have good chances when they go to LA, when they go to Brisbane. in 2028 and 2032. All right, looks like they're stepping out. Let's begin the match. Unplug the charger. Set this up. We are ready to play at this year's Olympics. It is Novak Djokovic who is going to serve first. Let us know who you want, your thoughts on the match as it's going. Any questions, fire at me. I'd love to chat those with you and answer your points in the chat. This is going to work a lot better when we're talking to each other, and we're going to have a good time. We're going to talk some tennis whilst watching a historic final. I'm quite big on the Olympics as a tennis event. Djokovic has a second serve to start us off. Alcaraz runs around to hit a forehand return. Djokovic goes cross court. Alcaraz accelerates the pace in the cross court forehand. Djokovic meets it with a nice deep one of his own. And Alcaraz goes long with the forehand up the line. Good start for Novak. And there's already a man with a Serbian flag looking to stand up and celebrate every point that Novak Djokovic wins. Djokovic is still wearing the knee brace. Obviously still recovering from his surgery that he had. What was it? 2 months ago now, nearly? 2 months ago. He's wearing the colours of Serbia. Red top, white shorts. And the Alcaraz returns in the net after Djokovic first serves. It's 30-love. Alcaraz similarly kitted out in red, but he's got the red and yellow combo going on. Djokovic is already serving. Alcaraz has got the red shirt, yellow shorts. Good question, Dave. Would I want to serve or return first if I'm nervous? That's a tricky one because I think your serve is so dependent. Yeah, I think it depends on who I'm playing, who the opponent is, but maybe, as Ashley says, return. Because the return, you can find, it's about your focus on trying to find the rhythm on the return and play yourself into it and get yourself settled and then serve. But I guess maybe it depends. I mean, like, I am much stronger on return than I am on serve, so it's hard to say. Djokovic is about to hold to love. Oh, Alcaraz gets that ball back there into a backhand rally at the minute. Alcaraz changes up to the forehand cross court because Djokovic went line on the backhand. Now they're trading. Djokovic, Alcaraz line up with his forehand. Drop shot, Djokovic. Alcaraz is going to reach that, no problem. Scoops it cross court, and the counter drop is too good. It's 40-15, so the hold to love does not happen. So Alcaraz gets his first point off this Olympic final. I mean, Ashley, if Djokovic doesn't win this, then is he not the best of all time? And if he's not, then who is? Forehand from Alcaraz. Djokovic long, 40-30. We'll put the live scores up when we can, Ashley. I think there's something going on with the producer that means we can't, but we should be able to put something up. It's currently 40-30 in this opening game. Dave, are you kind of rooting for Alcaraz here? Yeah, I think statistically it's hard to argue with Djokovic being the GOAT. It is hard to argue. But But I would say it's never going to be clear cut because I do think that Rafa and Roger both do have claims to it, as do Rod Laver and Bjorn Borg. So yeah, we'll get some scores up for you in a minute. But yeah, Djokovic has now put a cap on. He's put a white cap on. So obviously there's a bit of sun at play at Roland Garros, but he's going to be very relieved to have got this opening game. It's not like that Wimbledon match with the epic first game that probably decided the direction of the whole thing, to be honest. Or it's decided how comprehensive it was going to end up being. Alcaraz's turn to serve in this final. Ashley, is that in singles? Oldest person in history to play for a gold medal, because I'm pretty sure if you count doubles, Rajiv Ram beats him by quite some margin. Djokovic gets the backhand in play, good and deep. That's some good returning from Novak, and they're into a forehand cross-court rally here. Oh, there we go. Inside out 5 from Alcaraz is wide. Love 15. Dave, looks like you're kind of mainly hoping for a good match here. Nice and competitive one. Great to have everyone joining us across YouTube, across Twitch and X, and maybe even on Instagram as well. Hello, everyone. Hope you're enjoying this. It's going to be a good time. Please let us know what you think about during this match, or if you need me to describe it to you, I'm more than happy to do that. 15 all. Alcaraz finishes off with a great forehand up the line with a winner. Ashley, did you bet there was 25 games? There'd be 25 games in this match. That's quite a few games. Does that include tie breaks? I've never bet. I don't know how these things work. Oh, great work from Alcaraz. He rushes up to Djokovic's drop shot and puts it away. Inside out forehand, 30-15. Yeah, right there after a very short return from Novak, and Alcaraz was all over it, using his speed. I'm the same as you, Dave. I very rarely like to see a one-sided match. Like, I do want to be there to be some competition. That being said, there are some favourites that I prefer to watch absolutely dominate because I think it looks epic. Iga being one of them. Great running forehand winner from Djokovic. 30 all. Alcaraz gets the cross court in play. Djokovic moves to the forehand, puts it right as Alcaraz has come in. Hello, Ozan. Lovely to see you. What are your thoughts on this match? Good question, Ozan. Is Novak 100%? The knee suggests not. Knee brace suggests still not, but I have no idea of like his movement or like giving a percentage terms of like I genuinely cannot tell. But Alcaraz certainly doesn't need to worry about Djokovic's movement there with an unreturnable serve. So Djokovic's movement is going to be key, but so far seems to be fine. He's raining down everything out. He's getting play on most of these shots, and the rallies are competitive. Oh, forehand up line from Alcaraz. Backhand Djokovic. Again, he's moonballing Alcaraz at the minute. Clay's definitely giving this a different dynamic to the Wimbledon one. Backhand to the backhand of Djokovic. He changes direction, goes up the line. Alcaraz is going cross court with a forehand. They're just moving it from side to side at the minute. Now we've got a backhand from Novak cross court. Alcaraz nets. Deuce. Novak willing to play a bit patiently today, interestingly. He wasn't going to... we remember at Wimbledon, he was trying to rush a lot of points and get it done kind of quickly. Here, he's quite happy to be patient. Maybe he knows that clay's a different beast, especially on a hot day like this. Yeah, tactics I could pick up on, but sort of quality of movement or shots, a bit harder. Definitely movement. Alcaraz's first serve is very long. Second serve. Is Alcaraz the more nervous? Or is he surprised that he's not, that this is going to be a tougher match than he expected? Well, he's making it tougher himself with that cross-court backhand into the net, which gives Djokovic the first break point of this match. And so far, Djokovic is quite happy to rally, and Carlos isn't hitting through him. We know what these two are like on clay. Slower clay. I think obviously they did have that epic first couple of sets at Roland Garros last year. But I always felt like Novak had the edge. Oh, we've got a serve that's being challenged. And it's wide. Second serve for Alcaraz, break point down. Sue, nice to see you. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name right. That's how I think it should be, Sue. Yeah, welcome if you're new. Hope you enjoy the content, and maybe you can subscribe to our channel for more content. Novak's got a good chance of winning today. Oh, but the drop shot from Carlos is too good. He saves the break point. Yogi, you think this is prime Djokovic? I mean, I think Djokovic is playing well. Definitely playing very well at the minute, but I would say I don't think he's been prime Djokovic since 2016, or at least, obviously his serve's been incredible the last few years. But great serve from Alcaraz. Djokovic right at the body, and Djokovic and Alcaraz has got the advantage to try and get through game point. Ozan, there is no Hawkeye at this tournament. It's all old school, check the mark. Maybe future Olympics will be on electronic line corning. Probably would have to be anyway for LA. Interesting you're saying, obviously Ashley saying Hawkeye suffer on clay. Yeah, at the moment, although next year it will be. Oh, mega forehand from Djokovic. He gets the short ball from Carlos. Djokovic's going to cross court, putting Carlos under pressure again. Drop shot from Novak. Carlos is going to reach it, scoop it up into the net, and it's back to deuce. It's a good theory, Dave. Djokovic might just be relaxed knowing he's getting a better medal than he's got in the past. This will be his second Olympic medal, of course, following on from the bronze he got in 2008, which was his first Olympics. It does feel like the Wimbledon longest game, Ashley. I understand what you're saying there, although unlike those two Wimbledon longest games that happened, because there was also that one this year as well as last year, there was that sense that Alcaraz was going to eventually win it. I'm not feeling that this one. Oh, Alcaraz. Oh, wow. Got the +1 backhand cross court that perfectly lands right by the baseline inside the court, and he sets himself up with game point. Maybe he will come through this one. Not sure how long this game has been, Ashley, because I don't have a clock for it. It does feel relatively long. We haven't had that many points. I think we had a break point, and we've had 3 game points for Carlos. First serve is long from Carlos. Djokovic reacts to it within 0.3 of a second, which is insane. Second serve, Djokovic attacks the return. Forehand from Alcaraz. Cross court, Djokovic is going to land in. Forehand up the line. Backhand, Djokovic is scooped up. Under pressure. It's forced error from by Alcaraz, who holds this game. It's 1 game all, and it is game on in this Olympic final at Roland Garros. Carlos does come through that one. Dave, you'll be relieved to see. Lots of belief in Carlos. Lots of belief in Novak today. More believers in Novak on this channel, though. Interesting. So yeah, 24 games. So like that needs to be, it's either got to be, are you saying 3 tie breaks? Because yeah, 24 games would be, it could be 2 tie breaks or 2 7-5 sets. Alcaraz, oh, bullet return on the line that forced the error from Djokovic. And it's love 15. You've got to hope that Djokovic holds serve here, actually, for that prediction to come right. Or that if he doesn't, he's going to take it to a third. It is best. Oh, it is best of 3 in the Olympic final. Ozan, it hasn't been best of 5 since Rio 2016. Rio 2016 was the last one. That was that 4-set epic between Murray and Del Potro. The last best of 5 Olympic final. Djokovic is taking some time here before the second serve. Backhand cross court. The backhand of Djokovic. Backhand to backhand at the minute right now. Still trading. Djokovic is now going to go up the line with his backhand. Alcaraz slides into the slice forehand. Now Djokovic is going back behind again. Alcaraz to slice the forehand. Djokovic goes up the line. On the line. Djokovic is going to have a smash to deal with. He lets it bounce. And then he puts it down. Oh! He missed it. The bounce smash is missed by Djokovic. It's well over the baseline. Love 30. And there is the dreaded Djoka smash. '21 or 22 games in 2 sets as Dave. So, yeah, you're looking at 2 tight sets. Tightish sets. 6. A 6-4 and a 7-5 or a 7-6. First serve is long from Djokovic. He does not want to go behind a break right now. Yeah, Dave, I was a little bit worried when he gave himself the overhead. And then he let it bounce, and you could tell he's nervous about it. No, that's the one weakness of Djokovic's game, is the overhead. Forehand Alcaraz, long. 15-30. Alcaraz stepped in to attack it and just hit the cross court over the baseline. Djokovic is kind of taking his time between serves as always. Here's a question. Who has the best smash of all time? And by that, I mean the overhead in tennis. Do you think someone as good a server as Novak would have a better overhead? So there you go. All you have to do is to beat Djokovic is to, according to Dave, is to bring him to the net and then either hit to his forehand or lob him. Forehand up the line for Djokovic. Alcaraz overhits another forehand going up the line, 30 all. Dave, you've gone with Nadal as the best overhead in tennis. Why have you gone with that? Why have you gone with him? That's an interesting choice, I think. I'm not saying you're wrong. It is quite effective, but he always managed to I'm always impressed by how Nadal manages to put spin on that overhead as well, as he does with everything. Forehand in play from Alcaraz. Djokovic is going to move Alcaraz side to side. Alcaraz slides into the backhand cross court. It just clips the top of the net, and it's 40-30 Djokovic. I was inches away from going over. It did not. Sampras is a good shout, Ashley, for best overhead. That was, yeah, I could see. Do you know what? Sampras makes sense to me. Very much within his wheelhouse there. Yeah, I can see why you're going with that, Dave. So you're going with Sampras because he doesn't miss much, Ashley, or is it his technique? Sampras, of course, does not have an Olympic medal, and you wouldn't be giving him many medals if he played a clay Olympics. Which we've got a slice from Alcaraz at the minute. They're into a long rally. Alcaraz mishits the forehand. It goes over the baseline, and Djokovic finds himself holding serve. 2-1. Djokovic will be very happy here. Actually noticing his footwork is better. Definitely better than Wimbledon. This kind of looks up because did Sampras play the Olympics? Yeah, really weird shanked forehand by Alcaraz there, Dave. Not sure what's going on. Loving this sort of 3D shot that they give us here at the Olympics. It looks really cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, Ashley, Andy Roddick. Basically, we've got a lot of tall American players. Basically, any tall player is going to have great overheads. Overall. I'm just looking up, seeing how he does, if he has a bunch of Olympics right now. Okay, so he played the Olympics. Sampras did play the Olympics in '92, which is obviously the famous, the last clay Olympics in Barcelona. But since then, if I have a look, no, that's the only Olympics he ever played. Sampras did not play the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta, which shocks me because I would have thought he'd be well up for that. If anyone was watching tennis at the time, maybe you can tell me why he didn't play that one. And then, he didn't play the 2000 Olympics in Sydney either. Again, an event he might have struggled a bit more because he was kind of on the wane then. But he was still pretty good. He was still making Grand Slam finals in the early 2000s. Andre Agassi did win a gold medal. He won gold in the 1996 games in Atlanta. I believe he beat Sergi Bruguera in the final. Also, the year Leander Paes got bronze in the singles for India. Yeah. All right. Well, say that. So obviously, I can see I think it was post-Wig Andre Dave who won that Atlanta Olympics. I think because it was by '95 he'd given up on it. Yeah, we're starting to name male Olympic gold winners, previous champions here. In the chat, we've got Ashley mentioning Andy Murray. Nicolas Massou won in 2004 unexpectedly in the 2004 games in Athens. He interestingly, he won both golds actually in the men's doubles as well. Got a drop shot from Alcaraz. Djokovic is actually going to go back behind to pick him off. Love 30. Hello. Yeah, the Sue Fish final was probably not a match anyone called to be the Athens Olympic final. Much like no one called Greece to be in the Euros final the same year. Ashley, you weren't paying attention to the women's, were you, yesterday? Iga does not have a gold medal yet. That's kind of her big goal. Very happy with bronze. But no, she's played 2 Olympics so far. She's not won any of them yet. Yes, Ozan, Masu Gonzalez winning gold in Athens in the doubles. Oh, epic return winner from Djokovic. Love 40. Fernando Gonzalez's forehand. I don't remember it well, to be honest. He kind of went into decline around when I started watching tennis. His last big hurrah was winning silver in the singles at the 2008 games, losing to Nadal. Ashley, your eager question I will address on WTA Weekly. Love 40 for Djokovic. He's facing a second serve by Alcaraz as well. Alcaraz goes on the attack with a forehand. That's a winner. Too good. 15-40. Ortega, yeah, I can see why you're rooting for Krejcikova. I thought she had a good chance, but yeah, Schmidlova went on that special run, didn't she, to the semis? But yeah, I was really happy with that Wimbledon run. Lots of support for Novak from Yogi as well. Thought you were supporting Novak earlier, Ashley. Oh, huge, heavy backhand from Carlos to force the error from Djokovic. 30-40. Another break point saved. Agreed. The returning skills are unreal unless that Carlos's serve is a little bit too good. Can Carlos save a third break point? First serve into the net. Second serve for Djokovic to get a look at. Backhand. Oh, just wide on the return from Djokovic. He's frustrated with himself. Deuce. 3 breakpoint chances missed by Novak, and he's already shouting and chuntering. He's not happy with that. Yeah, no, I want a good match as well, Ashley. I would also say Iga is not a fraud because her bronze medal match was pretty efficient. It's just unfortunately the nerves played a part in the semis. And hey, look, you may as well say similar things about Sabalenka, who lost in her Washington semi-final in very similar fashion last night. But again, that's for WTA Weekly, which will be later today. Well, hopefully is the plan. If it's not later today, it'll be tomorrow. Some point in the next sort of 48 hours. Ortega, who is the underdog in this match? Really hard to know that one. This one, I don't think either of them could be classed as an underdog. Djokovic has the more storied career, the longer career, the experience. Alcaraz is the momentum and the fitness. For backhand up the line from Novak, forehand up the line from Alcaraz, backhand from Novak, forehand Alcaraz, wide! Deuce. Oh, I see what you mean, Ortega. Yeah, that makes sense. And there's part of me that thinks that maybe the Olympics is something Iga might win when she's older and she's kind of had her fun and isn't the main name to chase anymore. Maybe when we enter the Mira Andreeva era. These are definitely some really long games. It's been a real battle so far. Neither of them have won fewer than 2 points on return. Ace from Alcaraz. Yeah, if Djokovic loses this game, that's going to be a big missed opportunity. He's going to try and put this one away. Yeah, Iga was super happy about her bronze, Dave. Ozan, are you more worried about Carlos's shoulder than Novak's knee? Oh, shanked return from Djokovic, but it doesn't matter because Alcaraz's serve was long. Yeah, Heather Watson's pretty good. Actually, Sanai Kartal was playing in the in a final today in Britain. Roehampton. I don't know if she won or not. She was up when I last checked. Forehand cross court from Djokovic. Alcaraz is at the net to finish with a drop volley. Great volley from Alcaraz. He holds. It's 2 games all, and he's very, very happy with that. This is going to be a real battle. Yeah, actually, like Sana Cartaz in the final in Roehampton, but has she won it yet? Because she was set up last I checked. Actually, is it Nottingham or Nottingham you want to meet? Is that like I've always wanted to go to Nottingham. Been wanting to go for the last couple of years. It's just never fallen on a good date for me. All the people taking advantage of the fact that WTA Weekly guy is on the show to ask women's tennis questions. It's 2 games all in the men's Olympic singles final. I have no idea about George Loffingen. I'm not paying attention to the guys. Unreturnable serve from Djokovic, 15 love. Serve is a weakness for Raducanu? No, I'd say actually it's got a lot stronger. Like the serve's got her out of a lot of trouble in a lot of recent matches and kept it in matches in many ways. Ortega, yeah, I think it would be cool to see Djokovic getting this. I think it would be cool to see Djokovic getting this and sort of winning everything possible because no one's ever done that before. Obviously, which tournaments are big titles has changed over the years. The only things that haven't changed is the slams. Even the Olympics. Not every great player had the opportunity to win Olympics. Oh, Djokovic nets a drop shot, 15 all. Ashley, answer your question. How many people can play for one country in singles? Yeah, you can't have more than 4. You can't have more than 4. 4 is Don't worry about the producer, Ortega. Unfortunately, he's lost his list of subscribers. To rally here, Djokovic has kind of moonballed that one, which given Alcaraz time to get to it. Djokovic tries to go back behind Alcaraz, but Alcaraz is there. Now, great inside-out backhand from Djokovic, who's going to put away the forehand at the net. Job done, 30-15. I've not been paying too much attention to the kits, to be honest. But yeah, I know what you mean, Dave. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because not every Olympics hasn't been a possible prize for every top player in history. And what we would consider being the top tournaments, the elite tournaments, are different. The Italian Open's always been prestigious, but back in the day, but Indian Wells has only been a prestigious tournament since the 90s. Great drop shot from Novak. Alcaraz is going to get there. Just missed it. Oh, is he not? No, he's not. He just clipped the line, picking it up, and Djokovic is frustrated, 30 all. I thought Alcaraz missed it, but Djokovic's reaction suggests that Alcaraz's pickup just clipped the line. But yeah, who remembers obviously the German Open used to be one of the top events. Who remembers the Pepsi Cola Grand Slam from the 70s and 80s? It's not a thing anymore. Backhand in play from Alcaraz. They're going trade at the middle of the court. Alcaraz is going to go cross court with forehand and now he's moving Djokovic from side to side. They both move each other side to side. Alcaraz goes line and puts Djokovic at the disadvantage. Goes on the attack and ends up Djokovic goes behind Djokovic. Genius. It's break point for Alcaraz. That was a well-constructed point from Alcaraz. Taking advantage there. Yeah, down the middle hard. Djokovic kind of has already run past the point that Alcaraz targeted. Break point, guys. Yeah, year-end ATP Finals is a prestigious event. Yes, I would agree with you, Ozan. Oh, that's an unreturnable serve from Novak coming up clutch. That's the Ivanisevic effect for you. It's juice. Yeah, year-end ATP Finals, a prestigious event. I think that is kind of why it exists. But, you know, that's only existed since 1970. So it's great for comparing open era players. Don't know how many break points there've been, actually, but there've been a lot, I think. There's been at least one a game for a while. Agree with you, Dave. Hit behind. I mean, hitting behind is generally a good tactic, but you've got to hit behind well. Oh, a cross-court fine right end with Djokovic putting his forehand in the net. Another break point chance for Alcaraz. Just really struggled. It was very high. He had to jump to try and reach it, and it was still shoulder height. Try to accelerate through it. Alcaraz's shot's really bouncing high today. Novak Djokovic. Still getting ready to go. First serve out wide because he's going to come in for the serve volley. Alcaraz's return hits the net. It bounces up. Wasn't sure we were going to make it over on Djokovic's side. It bounces on Alcaraz's side. And it's a second breakpoint save by Novak Djokovic. And there we go. Yeah, this time, Dave, Djokovic went wide on ad. He did go T on ad for the first breakpoint save. But yeah, good change up from Djokovic indeed. He went more T with that serve though, but he's missed it. Second serve. Alcaraz in play. Forehand Djokovic up the line. Short. Alcaraz is going to get a play on it, but he goes short as well. Djokovic goes cross court. Alcaraz has changed direction really well there and forces another error from Djokovic. Bullet forehand from Alcaraz on the move. And that means that Alcaraz has forced himself another break point chance on the Djokovic serve. And Djokovic may well be ruined that he didn't get a chance to break Alcaraz in the last game. Morning, Ghosty. Unreturnable serve from Djokovic. Another break point saved. He's serving so well into the ad court when break point down. Singles with those doubles lines. No, I find it weird, to be honest. I mean, I've seen clips of the old Euro-end finals where they did it because they used to have the doubles Euro-end finals separately in a different place, but I find it weird, to be honest. Actually updating us on the number of break points. Of course, no one's actually taken one yet. There have been no breaks of serve yet this match, and this might still not because Djokovic finally has a game point. The Alcaraz return is over the baseline. This is a real battle, this Olympic final. Might save our energy for this one, folks. We've got the overhead from Djokovic. He's going to put that one away. He does put that one away. And Novak Djokovic goes back to his change of ends. Both guys had big chances to break in their most recent games, but they've both held. It's 3-2 on serve in this Olympic final. What a moment. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, we were talking about, obviously, Olympic champions. Roll of honor. Let's see if I can go off the top of my head. In the men's, we had Milos in 1988, the first. We're just going to do open era. I'm not going to do before that because it was part of the Olympics. Tennis was in the Olympics from 1896 to 1924. I don't know why they got rid of it, to be honest. But I'm not going to include them or the test events, but sort of in the open era, official Olympic events. 1988, Miroslav Mečír for Czechoslovakia. 1992, Mark Rosset for Switzerland. 1996, Andrei Agassi for the United States. 2000, Yevgeny Kafelnikov for Russia. 2004, Nicolas Massou for Chile. 2008, Rafael Nadal for Spain. 2012, Andy Murray for Great Britain. 2016, Andy Murray for Great Britain. And 2020, in Tokyo, Alexander Zverev for Germany. So this will either be Serbia's first tennis singles gold in the men's or Spain's second. Yeah. Dave is this is definitely a good set. This is definitely a match to be watching, and frankly, anyone who's missing this is massively missing out. Wow, I take it's evening for you. Where are you? Like Australia? Or are you in maybe India, somewhere like that? No, that wouldn't work. No, that would work. Yeah. 15 love Alcaraz. Yeah, sun's out in Roland Garros. Oh, Philippines. Lovely to meet you. See you, Ortega. Got a couple of friends for the Philippines. Oh, drop shot from Alcaraz. 30 love. Ozan now reminiscing about Yevgeny Kafelnikov. I think I've never actually watched any footage of him playing. Never actually watched him play. He obviously also an Australian Open champion in '99. But yeah, the singles doubles. I think it's probably is Kafelnikov the last male to win singles and doubles at the same Grand Slam in the same year? Alcaraz put 400 into the net, so it's 30-15. Is Talking Tennis based in the UK? We've got a lot of the team based in the UK, so I'm based in the UK. But we've also got people based in Germany, in Poland, in the US. Obviously our supreme leader, John, is based in Germany. Although having said that, there's probably, as Ghosty says, probably grounds to move it to Portugal, given how often we end up seeming to go there. Oh, what a passing shot from Carlos Alcaraz on the forehand. He's absolutely monstrous. There we go. Got the backhand up. I'm seeing the replay of it now. He slices. Djokovic steps in to take the backhand up the line, and Alcaraz does a running forehand right into space. There we go. The Alcaraz special. It's 40-15. Could this be the simplest service game of the set so far? And that's an untenable serve from Alcaraz. It's a game. It's 3-all. And that's the first time it's not gone to 30-all. Ghosty, if my neighbours are asleep, I'm going to wonder why they're asleep at 2 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon. Actually, no, that makes sense when I say that out loud. Jane, lovely to have you on. My favourite lurker. Sorry I startled you. Second serve from Novak Djokovic. Maybe it's echoed across the Estoril press room. Yeah, I need to fix the microphone. I need to make sure it's a bit further away from me from when I start shouting. Alcaraz has got along with the return. 15 love. 8 a.m. in Austin. I mean, like, there's part of me that's quite like to wake up to tennis, to be honest. $15 love. Jane going back to lurking. That's fine. Yeah, you might want to turn your headphones down with me, Ozan. I think I tend to get very, very excited. Especially when you see a shot like that, just out of nowhere. 30 love. Djokovic now hoping for an easier service game, but could all go horribly wrong from here. Interesting moments. The players sort of timing their approaches here. First serve is just wide from Novak. They love. How's your net game, Jane? Is it comparable to Siniakova? Short forehand from Alcaraz. Djokovic goes up the line with his forehand. They're moving each other side to side again. There's a lot of side to side movement going on. And Alcaraz nets 40 love. Yogi, Ghosty is based on the ethereal plane. Peaches, you're back. I haven't seen you in ages. So good to see you. Ozan, does Damien get that excited? Or is he usually just when he finds something really funny? Djokovic is going to try and close out this game on a second serve. Okay, Ghosty's in California. We're narrowing it down. Oh, what a second serve from Novak Djokovic. That is an ace. Oh, no, he didn't. It's a double fault. It looked like it was good, but, you know, this is why I need things in my ears telling me whether it's in or out. So, 40-15. Djokovic's double fault prevents him from getting a love game. The Alcaraz returns in the net off a very deep serve from Djokovic. The return position from Alcaraz is super deep. And it's game Djokovic 4-3. Both guys hold to 15. And after 2 games where both players had 3 breakpoint opportunities, now they both hold to 15. Try and stay hydrated. Yeah, so we did a... that's a point, actually. A question from Ozan. Sunlight in California? I think it must be about 6 a.m. Based on my calculations. Should be about 6. Saying replays that rocket forehand that made me make everyone jump. Yogi, yeah, he maybe should have break when he had love 40, but you could have said the same about Carlos, given how many he had. Yeah, on paper, Carlos should have the fitness advantage. Dave, if this match goes long, but I don't know. I don't know if it's a big advantage. Djokovic does not seem to be struggling physically out there. Ghosty, you don't need coffee. You just need me to shout at you every so often. Usually excitement is a good shot. I'll take it. I don't think Carlos has cramped since that Roland Garros semi-final over a year ago. I don't think it's so much of an issue anymore. Brutal. Let's see whether it's more brutal weather in Paris or Austin. Backhand in play from Djokovic off a first set from Alcaraz. They're trading now. Alcaraz is going to put his forehand up the line, running around it, and here we go. 15 love. I don't know if we've got a clear favourite right now, Ashley, to be honest. Ironically, Coasty, I don't actually have any caffeine in me at the minute. Doesn't everyone use pickle cheese, Dave? Backhand for Djokovic, long. They love. Maybe both of them are now playing for a tie break. Stepping up to serve at the minute. So, yeah, so far, things kind of progressing as they should, hopefully. Forehand from Djokovic gets a reply fires. Oh, the Djokovic Drop shot just clips the net and falls back on his side. 40 love. Good question. I take it. I don't know. I think it's like, who has the edge? It could go either way, to be honest. I think Alcaraz seems to like playing Djokovic in tie breaks, but then Djokovic just likes playing tie breaks in general. Oh, he really wasn't that far away from getting that drop shot over the net, Djokovic. Backhand from Djokovic, slice from Alcaraz. Djokovic moves Alcaraz to the side. Now he's going to step in and try and move. Oh, he tried to go inside out to keep Alcaraz moving from the short ball, but puts it in the net, Djokovic. Alcaraz holds to love. First love hold of the match, 5-4. Here comes the most critical game, according to Ashley, is game 9. Game 9's always important for all. Here we go. How does Djokovic respond in this service game? He was in the last couple of points. That should give him some confidence. I hope he doesn't dwell on the fact that he did miss them. Not by much, though. Game 9. Game on. No, it's 4 games all, Yogi. First service in from Novak, who then goes on the attack with the forehand. He's going long. Love 15. 3 kind of unforced errors from Novak on the bounce. Is this where things start to fall apart for the Serbian? Sean, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I think it's been... Gosh, it's probably nearly a month since we last saw Sinner play. But it's all right, because he'll be back in Canada next week. In Montreal. Nice sort of analysis from Ghosty. Alcaraz looking to bring Djokovic off the baseline. Hello, TT Cobb. Here for Carlos, by any chance? Double fault from Novak. Umpire's going down to check. It is long. Double fault from Djokovic, love 30. And suddenly the wheels may be coming off a little bit. That is 4 errors from Djokovic now on the bounce. He needs to tidy this up and pronto. He's been at love 30 previously in this set. We have had no breaks, but we've had plenty of chances for both players to break. First service in from Djokovic. He then lines up the forehand to go up the line. That worked. That's a winner. Too good. 15-30. If you can stay tight in a good way, he should be able to come through this, but Alcaraz is just there. And I think he's wondering if he's making these errors because he knows he needs to do crazy things to get through Carlos. Hit with angle, hit the drop shot well. We've got another drop shot coming up from Novak. Alcaraz is going to be in, he's going to pick it up. He's put it in the tram line. And Alcaraz has put his hands on his hips in frustration. 30 all. That drop shot made it. Alcaraz maybe now at Alcaraz this time with the unforced error. By the way, Alcaraz does have some strapping around his thigh, so they are both working with some leg problems, maybe. Probably precautionary from Alcaraz. He's not really talking too much about any pain or injuries he's felt in that area. We've got a find up the line from Djokovic. Alcaraz is struggling to get to it. He's going to lift it up. Is it going to be an overhead for Djokovic to deal with? It is. He's let it bounce, hits another one. Alcaraz slices it. Djokovic is going to get there to the short ball. Oh, he's put it off the top of the net and out. Oh, my word. It was a sitter for Djokovic to put away, and it comes off the top of the net and into the tram line, 30-40. Some uncharacteristic errors from Djokovic, and suddenly he's in real trouble of going down a break, and Carlos serving this set out. Alcaraz gave him a freebie on the point before. In the Olympic gold medal match, this may be the biggest point of the whole thing so far. Djokovic taking his time before he serves. Now he serves with 3 seconds to go. Alcaraz gets the forehand into play. Up the line, forehand from Djokovic. Again, it's working very well. Gets Alcaraz the defensive. Backhand volley from Djokovic. Alcaraz is going to get there. Forehand volley from Djokovic. Is going to drop. Alcaraz is going to reach it. Lift it up. Djokovic got the overhead. He puts it away. It was awkward, but he put it away. And it's deuce. Saved by Novak Djokovic. He's got a wry smile on his face. It was tight. It was a little bit messy, but he got the job done. Huge points from Djokovic. I think it's a Nole thing, Ghosty. I think all the players are allowed to wear their own branding. That being said, Zheng Qinwen was wearing Adidas gear with the logos removed for China. First serve is wide. Good point, Ozan. Yeah, he does. He's. I think it's telling that Djokovic is making these mistakes because he is feeling he has to really hit through Alcaraz, because Alcaraz is getting back balls that other players just wouldn't. Like Nadal used to, like Federer used to, like Murray used to. Backhand from Alcaraz, the backhand of Djokovic cross court. Alcaraz is going to go back to the Djokovic backhand, still cross court at the minute. Slice from Alcaraz, just going to clear the net. Inside up front from Djokovic is short. Alcaraz is going to go to the Djokovic backhand. It's at the middle. Drop shot from Alcaraz. Djokovic is going to come forward, digs it sideways. Alcaraz leaves the space open for Djokovic. Advantage to Carlos. That's right. Yeah, she had to wear Adidas gear with Nike branding on it. It was weird. Another breakpoint chance for Carlos Alcaraz coming up. We're seeing a lot of replays, but that slice from Djokovic just wasn't good enough. Alcaraz was always going to run it down. Djokovic serving as the clock hits 0. Alcaraz scoops it up. We've got another overhead for Djokovic. He gets another bounce smash. He hits it right at Carlos. Backhand Djokovic. Alcaraz has to scoop that up. We've got another backhand from Djokovic at the net. Oh, Alcaraz nets the attempt to pass. Nervy stuff at the net from Djokovic, but he's managed to avoid the trouble, and it's deuce. Nervy at break point, but he's getting the job done. As we see Djokovic's wife and son holding up Serbian flags in support for him. Yelena and Stefan watching on. More ball batting with Djokovic. He's really running down the clock now on these service points. He serves as the clock hits 5. Now I've got a backhand, forehand from Djokovic up the line. Alcaraz is going to still make it though, because it was a little bit too short from Novak. And the error is forced on the backhand by Djokovic with a huge backhand from Alcaraz. Right at Djokovic, right at the baseline. Djokovic still got to pick it up. An advantage. Alcaraz is another breakpoint opportunity for the Spaniard. And Djokovic is wincing, going, what do I need to do to beat this guy? Alcaraz's team looking on now. I think Alcaraz's dad is there. I can see Ferrer, obviously. First serve. Djokovic is going to come in behind. Oh, Alcaraz's pass is wide. It's back to deuce. He did the serve volley. He came straight back in. It was a short first serve. The Alcaraz return just missed. Just missed the sideline. If it had dropped an inch sooner, Alcaraz would have hit a return winner and we'd be at 6-5. That was the 10th break point of the match. Alcaraz 0 for 6, Djokovic 0 for 4. First serve into the net from Djokovic. Yeah, no, Ghosty, Djokovic has saved 6, Alcaraz has saved 4. We've had 10 break points across the whole match from both players, and neither have broken. So Alcaraz is currently 0 for 6. Forehand up the line for Djokovic. Oh, he's just cut the net. Alcaraz is going to have a forehand with Tiebreak, which he drop shots. And he's now set himself up with a 7th break point of this set. Advantage to Alcaraz. Ram, do you mean the Duracell bunny? Maybe it's different in the US. Frustrated from Djokovic, he was there for the taking, but of course he was too far behind to chase down the drop shot. A 4th break point off this game for Alcaraz. Djokovic serves as the clock hits 4. Goes up the tee with that shot. Now he's going to fight with a forehand cross court. Alcaraz is going to have his forehand. Forehand Djokovic up the line. Backhand Alcaraz to the backhand of Djokovic. Cross court and deep. Backhand Alcaraz to the backhand of Djokovic. Wide. Oh, Alcaraz's backhand into the net. The back angle from Djokovic was too good. Alcaraz tried to really head up the line and get it, but the net was too high in that section. And we have another break point save, and it's deuce. 0 for 7 now, Alcaraz. Is he going? Can Djokovic get through this game? Game number 9, as Ashley was saying, really critical. Now Djokovic tees up, goes back behind Alcaraz with the cross court. Alcaraz gets a short ball from Djokovic. They're going backhand to backhand now. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. Too good as a winner. Another break point for Carlos. And there just seemed to be this sense that kill shot up the line from Alcaraz has worked this time, Ghosty. Similar shot to the one he missed earlier, but had more height on it. Another break point. 5th of the game, 8th of the set for Alcaraz. First serve, Djokovic goes out wide. Backhand Alcaraz looped up. Djokovic going to attack on the backhand. Alcaraz is going to have to scoop up Djokovic at the net to do the drop volley. That is an excellent way to save break point. We are back at deuce. And there's the Idemo from Novak Djokovic. 5 break points saved this game. And he's really... And look, he's really fighting. He's really fighting to get through this. At the minute, Alcaraz is doing so well right now to make Djokovic's life so hard. What a game this is. First serve from Novak is up the tee, and now Djokovic is going to come in behind. Doesn't need to worry about it because the return from Alcaraz is well over the baseline. He was trying to go for a lob return. It doesn't work. Advantage to Djokovic. Can Djokovic now close this game out? Because this would be quite the hold if he does. Quite the hold indeed. Yeah, I think we've been going for quite a while already, Ashley. First off up the tee from Novak. Alcaraz scrambles it. It's short. Novak goes cross court with the forehand. Oh, Alcaraz tries to pass, and now he's going to set up the pass again for Djokovic. For him, he's back to deuce. Djokovic was having to defend at net, which is not ideal. And Alcaraz finds the space to pass, and it's deuce. Good question, Ghosty. I don't know why Djokovic doesn't really use a deep slice. Yeah, I don't know what the clock is saying, but it must be, yeah, an hour now, nearly, for this match, just for the set. I'm probably going to take a breather between sets. First serve from Djokovic. He's going to go up the line, but Alcaraz is already right there. He's not got enough angle on it. Alcaraz goes Tries to go cross court on the forehand, puts it in the net. Advantage to Djokovic. There's the man with the Serbian flag. Agree with you, Dave. Long service games to benefit the returner. But if the server comes through, it definitely gives them some momentum. Oh, there's Djokovic's daughter also holding up support as well. Djokovic serving at the 5. On the line and then wide. And that's an unreturned serve. The reaction wasn't quite quick enough from Alcaraz. And there we go. Djokovic holds in a marathon game 5-4. It's now Alcaraz serving to stay in the set. He's not serving for the set. He had 5 opportunities to put himself in that position in that last game. He's had 8 across the whole match. This could be quite interesting. Hold on a minute. I think I might need some more juice in my laptop. If this is going to be a long match, we're going to have to go for it. So let's just scooch this all up. Yeah, 15-minute. Yeah, I mean, like, that hour's gone quick though. This has been a really good match. We are like, if it continues like this, we're in match of the year competitor territory. I mean, what other men's matches from this year do we need to consider putting on for the end of from the year so far that we consider putting in our top 5? Obviously, with knowing the US Open is coming and indoor season as well. Like AO final, probably. Trying to think. There's been a few decent matches across the year, but there's something special when these two are on. They produce something special. Ghosty, sadly, I don't know what the crown and shield mean on the Serbian flag. Any Novak fans, ideally Serbian fans, who can tell us in chat? We are now Alcaraz serving at 4-5. First serve is in play, but the return is super deep from Djokovic. He gets a high bouncing ball from Alcaraz to dictate with. They're really into a dynamic rally now. This is much more to their liking. They're lovely rallying for both. Side to side again. Djokovic, tried to go up the line with the forehand, puts it in the net. Love 50, love Alcaraz. Serving to stay in a set. 15 love. I don't know what the message on Djokovic's daughter's sign says. I don't speak Serbian. If anyone can tell us, great. Alcaraz is the one taking time between serves now. He serves at the 3. First serve into the net as well. Djokovic reacts within less than 0.2 seconds to that serve. I'm loving that stat. We need to have that stat more often. Oh, great return from Novak, and that forces the error from Carlos. The return was right at Carlos, and Carlos steers the forehand out of the court. 15 all. Djokovic motivated. And I feel like if Novak can cut the errors, he's the one with the advantage. But at the minute, he's kind of helping, kind of giving Carlsen in a little bit. Great return again from Novak. Carlos goes up the line. He's going to come in behind. Djokovic loops up the backhand. Is long. 30-15. It's Alcaraz employing Djokovician tactics of coming in behind that serve. Keeping things quick. Keeping things done. Good grief, what a stat. 11 languages fluently from Novak. That man's brain. I mean, you can tell he's a smart guy. First serve is long from Carlos. I say intelligent anyway. I know some things, other things he decided may not seem that, but we're not here to talk about that right now. Forehand from Alcaraz inside out to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz to the back. Drop shot from Djokovic. Alcaraz is going to come in, trying to scoop it cross court. Djokovic is there. No, it doesn't need to be there though, because it's wide from Alcaraz. 30 all. As we lose the scores. Oh, well, we'll be fine in a minute. Just checking us out a producer. But we're all good. 30 all. Djokovic potentially 2 points away from this set. What a moment. $30 all. Alcaraz is at 3 seconds to go on his serve. Serve clock's paused at 4, 3, 2, 1. Alcaraz in danger of going to have a time violation here. He does serve. Second serve. Djokovic goes on the attack with a return. Alcaraz has to step back and hit the backhand. Backhand. Djokovic cross court. Backhand. Alcaraz. They're trading cross court backhands. Djokovic goes long. Djokovic is the one who breaks down on the backhand rally for the first time. It's 40-30 Alcaraz. Not super ideal right now. Tension is high in the Olympic Stadium. There's a ball boy literally standing right behind Alcaraz trying to pick it up. Getting a little bit too eager there. Both of them taking so much time. Block back return from Djokovic. Alcaraz is going to set up for the forehand up the line, which he does. He holds to 30. We're at 5 all. Here we go. 5 all. Tight set. 10 games so far. Djokovic serving. But yeah, both of them taking their time here. Maybe it's due to the heat. Maybe it's the tension of the match. They both know it's close. Such a good match so far. I mean, at the minute, if it continues like this, this might just be match of the year. On the men's side. Backhand play from Alcaraz on the return. Just clips the baseline. Drop shot Alcaraz too good. Love 15. I mean, just look at that. It's a Alcaraz special. As Djokovic goes on the attack. Alcaraz runs around. Looks like he's going to strike the forehand. And then last minute just switches it up and changes to a drop shot. It's just so silky smooth and really just drops. No, I had no hope of running it down. Love 15. First serve from Djokovic is really good. Alcaraz somehow gets the return in play. Really short. Djokovic is at the net to put away the overhead. 15 all. But he's still having to play that extra shot to get through Alcaraz. And it's shots that he's not comfortable with. Still taking some time, Djokovic. What are we doing? 15 all. Djokovic kind of abandoning the ball toss there. And still kind of adjusting things. Is there crowd disruption? That crowd disruption? Hard to tell. Something's causing them to hold up. I don't think anyone's getting penalties from it. $30-15, unreturnable serve from Djokovic. 5 games all. Oh, there's a baby shouting. That's why. Thanks, Ashley. Yeah, I don't have headphones in, so I've got no idea. I've got no sound. $30-15. First serve from Djokovic. It is short. Forehand cross court from Djokovic. Oh, wide, long. 30 all. 30 all. And now suddenly it's a tight game for Djokovic. I mean, actually, it wasn't that sudden because we felt like it was anyway. We're kind of back to the way it was at the beginning of the set. After some comfortable holds from both. And then things are a bit dicey. Crowd at the top of Philippe Chatrier, probably glad of the shades, to be honest. The bits where there is shade. First serve from Djokovic. Alcaraz scrapes it. Oh, whoa! Just missed the return. 40-30. Djokovic was coming in behind. Coming in behind the serve. Alcaraz tried to go for the line on return. Just missed it in the tram line. 40-30. Bouncing the ball. First serve for Djokovic. Then goes cross court with the forehand. Forehand Alcaraz. Cross court forehand rally at the minute. Alcaraz changed direction with his forehand. Djokovic goes right at Alcaraz. We're going on the drop shot incoming from Alcaraz. Djokovic is on it. Scoops it up. Right at Alcaraz's forehand. He's going to lob Djokovic. Out! It's out! Djokovic holds to 30. It's 6-5. Alcaraz is going to serve to stay in the set again. It might be a tiebreak coming up. We will see after this change of ends. Lots of great tennis reading chat going on, by the way, I can see. Any tennis books anyone particularly recommends? The Althea Gibson book sounds really fascinating, Ghosty. I think she's definitely someone who probably isn't talked about enough in tennis. Speaking of Ozan's wondering why he's why I went for the lob. I mean, I guess Djokovic was moving to cover the cross court, looked like, because he was moving to the right. So lobbing Djokovic was probably the safer option. Would have been difficult for him to get underneath it. Couldn't run back for it. Oh, in a game of tennis, Dave. Yeah, I actually have that book. I haven't read it yet, and I really need to because, frankly, I'm getting frustrated with losing. So anything I can do to fix my year-long losing streak, that would be great. But yeah, we also, by the way, I did run through the men's Olympic champions earlier. You've got Olympic championships with the women's 1988. Steffi Graf won for West Germany. 1992. Jennifer Capriati for the US. 1996. Lindsay Davenport for the US. 2000 was Venus Williams for the US. 2004 was Justine Henin for Belgium. 2008, Elena Dementieva for Russia. 2012, Serena Williams for the US. 2016, Monica Puig for Puerto Rico. 2020 Olympics was Belinda Bencic for Switzerland. And this year, of course, was Zhongqin Wen for China. First serve missed by Alcaraz. Forehand from Djokovic inside out. Backhand Alcaraz on the slide. Djokovic is moving Alcaraz from side to side at the minute. They're both moving good from side to side. Great angle on the forehand from Djokovic. And that draws the arrow from Carlos. Love 15. Yeah, I agree. Ozan and then had an amazing backhand. Loved watching her play back in the 2000s. Yeah, I've got to win. Yeah, I think I agree. Got to read Inigo Tennis. And I probably should read Winning Ugly too, Dave, because Brad Gilbert gave you some good advice that's helped me a lot. Certainly be more competitive in matches. But when you have a WTR number of 34 and everyone else in your group is ranked higher than you, it's tough to make progress. WTN number, whatever. Great reaction time from Alcaraz from Djokovic. There. Goes on the attack on the second serve. They've got backhand up the line from Djokovic. Alcaraz sliding into the forehand. Djokovic is there with the backhand cross court. Alcaraz is going to pass Djokovic to the net. Djokovic left too much space, and it's 15 all. Heat helps Novak. Does the heat help Novak? I think the heat's affecting both of them, to be honest. I don't think it really messes with one more than the other, to be honest. I think they both are used to and quite used to playing in heat, particularly Carlos growing up in Spain. And Djokovic offers just from years of experience. Backhand in play from Djokovic on the return. Drop shot Alcaraz, too good. Djokovic does not move forward for it. 30-15. Absolutely brilliant. Drop shot from Alcaraz again. Playing well. I can't really criticize many of them. There was a phase of like loads of unforced errors from Djokovic that I could probably criticize. I mean, he nearly got broken at 4-all, but so far, really good quality from both. First serve is long from Alcaraz. Djokovic is still wearing the cap, by the way, Dave. Backhand cross-court from Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz up the line. Forehand up, back behind from Djokovic. Alcaraz, slice goes wide, 30-all. Now it was 30-all at 5-4. It's 30-all at 6-5. Djokovic once again 2 points away from the set. I tell you what, he's not letting the occasion getting the better of him, Novak. He knows this is a prize that he wants. He's not shying away from it. And that's kind of what I thought. I thought Alcaraz would make him work hard because he knows that Alcaraz was always going to be a challenge from the word go. He remembers the Wimbledon final well. First serve from Alcaraz is good, but Djokovic finds the return. Backhand now cross-court from Djokovic on the defence. Inside out fine from Alcaraz. Djokovic is going to be there. Forehand into the net for Alcaraz at the net. We have a set point for Serbia. Alcaraz was there. The Djokovic backhand cross-court on the defence was there for him to pick off, and he dumps the volley into the net. That could be a critical error for Carlos Alcaraz. We have our first set point after over an hour of play here in Paris. Olympic medal on the line. Alcaraz serves. Djokovic actually finds a return. Short. Forehand cross-court from Alcaraz is too good. Cross-court. And it's deuce. That's a winner. We're now... I think, Ashley, you might... It can't be 17 break points. Can't be 17 break points so far. I think it's... Because I'm sure it's 8 missed, maybe 9 by Alcaraz, and that was Novak's 5th. So I think we're looking at 13 or 14. First serve into the net from Carlos. Second serve. Djokovic is going to pick up the return. Backhand Carlos cross court. Djokovic on the defence is going to go long. Not a lot of home control on that one, to be honest, from just the depth and pace. Advantage Alcaraz. Yeah, until I see a graphic that says otherwise, I think it's 14 break points saved across the set. Advantage Alcaraz. First serve. Djokovic goes on the attack with a return. He's gone long. And it's deuce. It's game Alcaraz. Tie break time. Tie break time. 6-6. Here we go. The set does deserve a tie break from the insane amount of break points. This could be a long tie break. This could be a short one. Which way do you think this tie break's going? I think it's too close to call. Genuinely do. Djokovic has had a set point. Don't think it means very much though, because judging by the run of play, Alcaraz has been creating maybe more opportunities. Djokovic uses balance trying to do the first serve. Second serve coming up. Yogi saying crowds evenly split, interestingly. First serve. Forehand on the attack from Alcaraz. Forehand up the line from Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz looped. Forehand Djokovic up the line. Alcaraz is there with a cross-court forehand into the space. Djokovic leaves. But Djokovic gets there and Alcaraz scrambles the ball into the tram line with a great back behind cross-court forehand from Djokovic, who gets to 1-0. I thought he was very dangerous leaving the space like that, but he was quick enough to get there. Hey, Schwarner, lovely to see you. Hope you've been enjoying the match so far. One zero. 1-0 Alcaraz has got a second serve. 1-0 Djokovic. Alcaraz has a second serve. Shauna saying Carlos is too good. Djokovic has fended off so many break points, though, this match. Not been broken. Really take it to Alcaraz. Had opportunities. Had set point. Oh, Djokovic on the disadvantage on that forehand, and Alcaraz punishes him, putting away the short ball. Forehand winner 1-1. Everyone's getting very excited now. Let me tell you that. Scooped in from Novak. Forehand Alcaraz up the line. Still plenty of time in between points here. Alcaraz takes a deep breath before starting the service motion. There's more disturbance in the crowd now. Players are going to have to wait before this. And this is just adding to the whole the tension at the minute, which is great. Now Alcaraz is serving into the net. Second serve. It's all been second serve so far in this tie break. Only 3 points though. Djokovic goes on the attack. Backhand cross court is too good from Alcaraz. It's a winner. Djokovic can't run it down. 2-1 Alcaraz. Back to the Djokovic serve. It's all been second serves, but the follow-ups have been really, really good from both players. Djokovic is now serving. And it's his turn. He's still kind of keeping the pace slow, as he does. First set tie-break in an Olympic final. The set has been an hour and a half. Got a backhand cross-court from Djokovic. Alcaraz is going to go on the attack. Puts the backhand long 2-all. You can feel this tie-break is on a knife edge. It is so close to call right now. 2-all. Don't know the record for longest tie-break in the Olympics. Sorry, not off the top of my head. Might have to be something someone needs to look up. Forehand from Alcaraz. Forehand inside out from Djokovic. Alcaraz scoops up. Drop volley from Djokovic is too good. 3-2 to the Serb. Okay, point before we change over. Schwarner, best first set we've seen this year? It's up there. In the men's, anyway. I would probably say maybe the first set between Swiatek and Rybakina in Doha, or the first set between Iga and Arena in Madrid is up there if you wanted to count both. But in the men's, yeah, this is probably the best. I mean, so far, I've got to say that, like, if this continues the whole match, this is going to be the match of the year. It's going to be very hard to beat it. 3-3. Really feels like this tiebreak could still go either way. I cannot see anyone. It's going to be the first person to make a mistake. Probably. Maybe the French Open first set between Iga and Osaka, but yeah, that match, yeah. It's up there as well. Alcaraz serves into the net. Good point, Dave. Yeah, the first serves are not really firing in this tiebreak. It's amazing there's been no mini breaks yet. Djokovic, overhits the return. Tries to go for the cross-court sharp angle return off it, but if you look at the serve from Carlos, it jumps, and Novak has to hit it from shoulder height. No, he got the point. He hit the line with it. I thought he dragged it wide. He hit the line. Another time where, like, again, the lack of sound is counting against me, but Djokovic now has the mini break with an incredible return winner at shoulder height that hits the dead on the line. 4-3 Djokovic. First serve. He gets the first serve in as well. Backhand then goes back behind to the Alcaraz backhand, who leaves up and out. 5-3 Djokovic. 5-3 Djokovic. Here we go. There's a lot of there's a lot of new words being created in chat right now. 5-3 Djokovic. He's going to be relieved with that to keep himself just ahead. Can he set up some more set points here? Still bouncing the ball, still taking his time. As he always does. Now he's serving. Goes out wide with the first serve. Backhand from Alcaraz is way out of court. 6-3 Djokovic. 3 set points. The next 2 will be on Alcaraz's serve. He's had set points. He had 1 set point on Alcaraz's serve in this at 6-5. Alcaraz played that super well. Alcaraz looked like he was thinking about throwing his racket there. Decided against it. Alcaraz is looking the more frustrated one now. Djokovic looks locked in. Could this be a Djokovic tiebreak special? Alcaraz serves. It's the first serve in. Drop shot Alcaraz. Djokovic is already moving for it. Scoops it up. Alcaraz is going to go for the pass. Djokovic is there with the volley. He picks it off. Djokovic is set up in this final. He wins the tiebreak 7 points to 3. What on earth was that? That was an insane volley by Novak Djokovic to clinch it. And it is a Novak special because at 3-all and a knife-edge tiebreak out of nowhere, he finds a way to get the next 4 points. With a special return, a special volley to win by 2 mini breaks. He's going to go off court now, is Novak Djokovic, who may, because this match is nowhere near over given how close it is, he may be halfway to that elusive Olympic gold medal and to completing tennis. I think while Djokovic is taking a comfort break, I probably need to catch my breath. But at some point, when he's good, when we're ready, I'm sure John will be giving you some thoughts on that match, which I am interested to hear as well.
Hey, Nick, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I can hear you all right.
You can hear Damien, but you can't see him, right? Say hello, Damien.
Hello.
Oh, we've got Damien here as well. Okay, right. So I'm interested to know.
Nick, why don't you go and chill, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. I will probably be listening to you in the background. I'm very interested to hear your thoughts on that set.
Yep, you'll get them. Obviously, you and I did miss a chunk. Oh, actually, we thought it was going to be a chunk, but we couldn't believe it when we were gone 10 minutes and we came back and they played like 2 games. We're now aware that I think in one of those games, Novak saved break points. And of course, reflecting on that now, that does seem pretty huge.
Yeah, it was 5, I think, in that game. Obviously, we didn't see it at 4-all. But yeah, in total, in the entire set, they were saving a ton of them. Novak is holding holding up much better than at Wimbledon, despite it being clay. Maybe because of it being clay, who knows? But yeah, he hasn't really needed like the ultra serve early aggression as he needed at Wimbledon. Of course, his knee is now much better than 2-3 weeks ago. And yeah, this is looking close. I mean, this was a very long set. You might kind of make the argument that this is good for Carlos, but so far we haven't seen any potential tiredness. Probably still more of a mental than a physical battle.
For it to be good to Carlos, he sort of needs to win that first set. I would say if we were looking at it being 70-30 before, it's obviously right now, advantage Novak.
Yeah, small advantage Novak. We'll see how he comes out in the second set, but of course the margins are pretty slim. Ben Rotherberg gets his argument here that this is the format that tests players the most because they lose the first set and that they have to be like really cautious right away. So yeah, sure. I mean, this is now where Carlos really has no option to really make any error. Of course he's going to make unforced errors, but not going to make any huge errors that are going to result in a deficit, because that might be over. Novak as well looking very hungry rather than pressurized because of the potential Olympic gold, which he's been chasing his almost entire effing career.
But if he is a little bit anxious inside, he's not showing too much on the outside. I mean, he also had 1 or 2 breakpoint opportunities as well before the glut of breakpoint chances that came in went for Carlos. I don't know the exact stats. I'm going to try and maybe get them up right now to see how many breakpoints came and went for either player.
4, 5 because of the set point as well, right? For Djokovic, and 8 for... Yeah.
So yeah, 8 came and went for Carlos and 5, for Novak. So you can see it wasn't exactly one-way traffic, but slightly advantaged Carlos from that first set. And then, of course, it came down to the tiebreak, which we did get to see in full. They were 3-all, I think, at the change of ends. It was fairly nip and tuck. But then Carlos, I mean, even that last point was kind of in charge. I mean, maybe we shouldn't take too much away from Novak, who still has an incredible volley to pull off there.
Maybe. I mean, he definitely covered his angle well. By that stage, like whatever he gets over the net is going to be a winner. I would still probably blame the drop shot more, just your idea of not going for the forehand. But sometimes we praise Carlos for that when the drop shot is amazing. So,
and there were drop shots that did work for him in this match.
And yeah, but just the previous 2 points, I think, were especially crucial. He doesn't absorb the power of the Djokovic backhand. On one of these, the ball is pretty deep. The backhand just flows, just flies out uncontrollably from him. And also the forehand return that he misses is just trying to get it loopy, trying to get it deep, but to no avail. And I think these two points on the Novak serve were very winnable for Carlos. Obviously, one of them he wins. We still have a tiebreak. But yeah, that's kind of why we're talking about this stuff, because the set was so close that we are focusing on individual points at the very end of it. But yeah, that's how close it went.
Indeed, it did. Yeah. There was also another point that may have been in his mind when he in the previous game, which he went for the lob and it went long, as opposed to a sort of probably a slightly easier, in my opinion, passing shot. So yeah, there may be some regrets there for Carlos, but still a long way to go right now. And if Carlos can maintain the level he's at, he probably wins that set more often than not. And of course, they did just play each other a couple of weeks ago in Wimbledon, albeit extremely different conditions, but with a very different outcome. So
Your last question just got me. I don't know.
Nurlan, I haven't seen a question from Nurlan.
It was up.
Okay, Damien, if you is before you and doesn't look like he's going to get out, what would you do in that situation? Yeah, I mean,
go to look for some bush around the public toilet.
But wouldn't you? I would ask Carlos. I say, listen, Carlos, mate, you don't look like you're in as much of a hurry as I am. Can you please let me go? I reckon Carlos, being the decent guy he is, he'd go, yeah. He understands. I would do it the other way around.
But I think he's already there, so I think I would have to like knock and say.
Oh, he's already in there. He's just taking his time.
Tu está enfermo.
Yeah.
And then he says, "See, sorry, friend," and then I go look for a push. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Carlos decided not to take a break of any decision that sort and has just decided to wait for Novak to return.
So
but
we're
Novak has returned easily under the 10 minutes required because
he's like, I'm gonna.
Has that return gone long?
He's like, I'm gonna just push him. Oh yeah, we definitely want sandwiches. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. There's always nata. Can I bring some?
Nata?
Pastel.
Oh, pastel de nata também, yeah?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So yeah.
See, that's how it is in Porto. We're actually going to a lunch as well. And
this is the
10 minutes.
starter.
This is just the starter of the lunch, So,
but if you need to get lunch, that's fine.
We will in a couple of minutes. We have to go. Yeah.
I mean, Carlos has just held there to. Oh no, he's not. He's missed that volley. Shit. Bad language on that. 40-15. And Nick, because we missed a middle part of that set, including those 5 breakpoint saves from Novak, what would you add that we may have missed from our sort of first set reflections?
I think I think Djokovic was just super clutch on the big points. I did worry maybe he was going to give away the set a little bit, but I just felt like the points that he was losing to put himself in those positions, especially towards the end, were on his racket more than Carlos making some breakthroughs. And when it kind of he wasn't making those errors, it was very 50-50 as to which way the point was going. Maybe Carlos was a little bit more able to put things in his favor a bit more often and work points in his favor a little bit more often than Novak. But at the end of the day, it just kept balancing itself out, and it was just going to be who could grab an opportunity in the tiebreak or who would give away the opportunity. At the end of the day, Djokovic made himself an opportunity kind of out of nowhere and snatched it, and he did a really good job of it.
I'm just watching this next point. My goodness me, what a return from Novak. And there were a couple of meaty returns in that first set as well. And we are now from 40 love back to deuce, Nick.
It has to be said that the Djokovic return from sort of the end of the last set onwards has picked up quite significantly. And we're starting to see kind of the return that the Serbs kind of been almost legendarily known for, really. Oh, great rally going on here. It's a drop shot from Carlos to finish off the game there. And he does get through in the end. Oh, it's advantage. Sorry, it's advantage.
That's advantage, yeah.
Suddenly
I was thinking to myself, maybe you even further ahead.
Yeah.
But you're about 3 or 4 seconds ahead of us. But I was starting to think you might be like a minute ahead of us if you were seeing the next point. But yeah, game point here. But it's important that Carlos holds here, of course.
Vital for Carlos because he doesn't need Djokovic with all the momentum. But you can't really count it out. I mean, in some ways, would you say that if Alcaraz comes back, it would be kind of the reverse Cincinnati in some ways? In terms of
I mean, it's a good comparison, but he's...
Djokovic hits the light with a beautiful forehand at the line. Tell you what, we are...
Listen, we've got quite a bit of noise here, Nick, so we're gonna dip out. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's okay. Didn't think it would be long, so we're all good.
All right. Cheers, Nick.
Cheers. Yeah, we will go and let John and Damien live the high life in Porto. So yeah, thanks for letting me take a break, everyone. That was a lot to give out, but Carlos has just managed to put away an overhead to win the point and get us to advantage in this game. Really close opening game at the minute. I mean, Djokovic doesn't have break point chances, gets the return in play, backhand cross court. Djokovic tries to go up the line, just missed it. So Alcaraz does hold, but yeah, we're going to be in for a real battle here, I think. Don't worry, everyone. I've got myself a cup of tea and I've got myself a water. Keep myself hydrated. Keep the vocal cords fine. I mean, you may see some trailer stuff if I'm really struggling, but we should be all right, I think. Certainly getting an idea of what it... Look. Sorry, I'm just looking at some comments here. We've got a brass band in the crowd, which is hilarious. Yeah, we'll kind of keep going. But yeah, full respect to John for doing the Wimbledon final last year. It was that 5-set epic all by himself. Keen, which player was I talking about? I genuinely don't remember that. Not saying I didn't say it, I just don't remember it. So yeah, at the minute, Dave saying Carlsen needs some free points off his serve. Yeah, I mean, Djokovic's not giving it, which we weren't saying earlier because Carlsen was holding easier than Novak at one point in the first set. Genuinely don't remember that conversation, Keen. There's probably, I'm not denying it because, you know, I don't know if, but I don't know, I would have used those exact words, but I'm not entirely sure I've seen Arthur Ferry play. Maybe once. They love Djokovic. I think may have seen him play once, but I pay much more attention to the women's game. There's only so much tennis you can watch. So if we were talking about someone like Sinai Kartal or Halle Klugman, you know, Lily Miyazaki, probably be more in my wheelhouse. Arthur's a good player and he's had some success. You know, I don't think any pro, I think every pro at whatever level they play deserves respect because, let's face it, if I decided to try and play Arthur Ferry, I wouldn't win a point against him. Frankly, I don't think anyone I play with on a regular basis would win a point against him. Great pass from Novak to hold to love. And he's the one with the confidence and the momentum right now. 1-1. Scores a little bit behind there, but it is 1-1. There we go, it's caught up. Ozan, I know of Josh Berry. I have never met the man, but I do find his tennis content hilarious. I did enjoy the advert he made for Evian ahead of Wimbledon. But I've never met the man, unfortunately. Oh, unreturnable serve on the second serve from Alcaraz. Djokovic looks frustrated he didn't get more purchase on it. He puts the backhand into the net. 15 love. First serve is wide from Carlos Alcaraz. He's not having an easy time with it. Second serve, which Djokovic is going to go on the attack, goes cross court, and then dumps the backhand into that again under pressure on the backhand from Alcaraz. 30 love. And don't forget, Alcaraz did have 40 love in his previous service game. We're in an interesting point now because Djokovic is a setup, and he does seem to be the one with the momentum and confidence, but I don't feel like it would take a lot for Alcaraz to pick himself back up and start creating opportunities. The margin between them still pretty low, but pretty tight. Oh, Alcaraz drags it back kind of wide, 30-15. Ghosty, are we going to make 3 sets? Too early to say. I mean, there's a good chance. I'm conflicted on it. I don't know. At the minute, it's just so close. I mean, with the way Carlos, it depends if Carlos improves his confidence, yes. If he doesn't, no. Double fault from Carlos, 30 all. Yeah, Carlos needs to pick himself back. If Carlos doesn't pick himself back up, this match will get away from him. But we've seen him pick himself up way more times than he hasn't. If that makes any sense. And part of me just part of me wants this to go 3 because this would make it officially a legendary match. And part of me would like it to stay 2 because we'd be witnessing an insane piece of tennis history. Shanked forehand from Alcaraz, 30-40. Djokovic is a break point. Yeah, an insane piece of tennis history. And also, I don't have to worry about commentating for 5 hours. But that's probably a little bit more selfish. Alcaraz clearly frustrated. 30-40. Remember, we've had an insane amount of break points in this match. And no one's broken yet. Backhand in play from Djokovic. Alcaraz, monster inside out forehand. Well done, Alcaraz. Hits the winner. Super brave break point down and gets to deuce. Hope everyone's enjoying, by the way. Give us a like if you haven't already. If you're new, subscribe. By the way, Ozan, thanks for the $2 you gave for John Damien earlier. It's interesting. You always seem to show up when Damien's on. I don't know whether you just sort of sense that he's on the internet. Oh, great play here. Great cross court. Great forehands from both players, which ends with an Alcaraz forehand winner up the line as advantage to the Spaniard. Who obviously is going to try and replicate some medal success from earlier today as his Spanish counterparts, Cristina Buxer and Sara Sorribes Tormo, won bronze in the women's doubles earlier today. The women's doubles gold medal match between Italy and the neutrals still to come. And if you don't know what I mean by the neutrals, look it up. Or the flagless, maybe. I don't know what the official name is. One-handed, backhanded support one another. Is it Damien and Keane, both one-handers? I've started trying hitting with a one-hander recently. I'm finding I'm getting a lot more kind of depth on the shot. Depth and kind of venom with it. The problem is that it's a lot less reliable than the a lot less reliable than my double hander. I'm more like to miss with it. So generally, I only really deploy it if I think I can set it up well. If I think it's going to get rushed, then the double hander comes back. So I basically switch between single and double until I can figure out a way of making one of them work. Because the problem I've got is, I said, I can use the single hander as a weapon, and the double hander is a good defensive tool, but I can't defend with a single hander, and I can't use my double hander as a weapon for some reason. Back out now. Change of ends done. 1-2. Djokovic serving. No breaks still in this match. Will that change? Someone's got to have we had breakpoint? Is there going to be breakpoint stats rather than sort of manually counting it? Maybe I have to look it up. First serve from Djokovic, then goes for the +1 forehand at the line. Alcaraz is scrambling for it. Now Djokovic goes inside out, back to the Alcaraz forehand, which he has to dump into the net because, well, Djokovic's inside out forehand was too good. 15 love. Do I chip and charge? No. With the one-hander, I mean, generally, if I'm chipping with it, it's a defensive shot. I want to try and hit through and drive. I want to try and drive through with the shot and create topspin, or make it flat and keep the other guy pinned back, or ideally go for a winner. It's more of a dominant team backhand, except nowhere near as good. First serve out wide from Djokovic. Catches Alcaraz out. Alcaraz then has to pick up the ball from right in the corner. Then we've got a backhand up the line from Alcaraz. Cross court Djokovic. Alcaraz has to run for it. Djokovic moving Alcaraz from side to side, but mainly aiming for the backhand corner. Alcaraz getting everything back right now. Djokovic is teeing up for a forehand cross court. Alcaraz is there and loops up the forehand into the tram line. Djokovic does do a reluctant apology. Something kind of went his way there, but 30 love for Djokovic. Got himself out of trouble a little bit. It was a really close rally there. Interesting you two do chip and charge, Dave. No, I prefer to just blast the return deep to the baseline and then kind of maybe make the most of the short ball, or ideally draw an error or hit a winner. Get an easy second serve and going after it. 40 love Djokovic. Maybe this is what I'm doing wrong. Maybe I'm kind of overplaying. Too aggressive. Team, yeah, I'm not surprised. He clearly knows that he's not the same. Clearly knows that he's not the same as he was, and he's not confident in his ability to play like he did before he got the wrist injury. So, yeah, I guess he wasn't happy with just grinding it out on the Challenger Tour for the rest of his career when he knows that's not his best. He's made enough money from his career. Right, so Djokovic holds the love again this set. So currently, as of now, Djokovic has not dropped a point on serve. Pretty much since the beginning of the tiebreak. Forehand, they're now into a rally. Monster forehand cross court from Carlos, but he ends up overplaying it to love 15. And now it's Carlos's turn to look a little bit desperate and trying to hit through Djokovic. The lack of stats on this match is frustrating me. So much interesting stuff there. Backhand cross court from Djokovic, it out. He was going for the return on the first serve from Alcaraz, 15-all, and Djokovic is frustrated because he knows that he thinks that was on. I mean, ghosty with Kyrgios, I don't know what to expect from him. I wasn't expecting much in his last comeback, and he ended up proving all of us wrong, but I don't even know if he is coming back at this rate. Oh, great shot from Novak. He's going up the line. It hits the line and forces the error from Carlos. 15-30. 2-all, 15-30. Is this a chance for Djokovic? He's still having a lot of back and forth with Viktor Troicki. Talk tennis tactics in a minute, Dave. First serve in play from and return from Djokovic, who then chases down the Carlos drop shot. Well chased. Djokovic tries to cover the pickup from Carlos. Somehow Carlos got there. 30-all. Passes Djokovic again. And there we go. drop shot, replay, drop shot Carlos. Djokovic went cross court on the drop volley and then, trying to pick it up. And then Carlos was just there, picks him off cross court. That's a confidence building shot right there from Carlos. Oh, first serve is long from Alcaraz, which is a shame because that could have been very good there. Second serve at 30-all, 2-all. 2 hours already on the clock. Insane match right now. Backhand from Carlos, the backhand of Djokovic, short. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. Now he's going to go to the Djokovic backhand, goes cross court. Now we're changing cross court backhands right now. Picking up from deep shots at the minute. Djokovic getting things a little bit deeper than Carlos, except Carlos goes on the up. And then Alcaraz manages to steer that forehand inside in. And it's 40-30. He's looking for that change up. He was looking for the forehand. And when he got it, he made the most of it. That was a Carlos point right there. Really good. Two all, 40-30. Alcaraz's game point. First serve is wide. I think if Alcaraz can stabilize and find more regular first serves, that's his foundation for getting back into this match. Backhand from Djokovic right to the Carlos forehand. Forehand short from Djokovic. Alcaraz goes backhand. Djokovic changes direction with the backhand. Oh, that's too good. Alcaraz scrambles it back in. Forehand back to the Alcaraz forehand. It's long. Deuce. And that's Djokovic. Again, Djokovic has managed to find his super deep shots, forcing errors from Alcaraz. We are now at deuce. Saying earlier that, of course, Carlos is looking to replicate the bronze medal of his compatriots, but of course, he's actually looking to go at least one better, even if he loses with the silver. But the silver's a consolation prize, not like a bronze medal. Unreturnable serve. Djokovic frustrated, didn't get more of a play on it. Advantage to Alcaraz. Advantage to Alcaraz. Take us to a change of ends. 3-2. First serve. Cross court. Oh, from Djokovic. First serve from Alcaraz is there. Djokovic again may have got a play on it, but it drops just wide. And Alcaraz goes to the net. 3-2 on serve. Try and soothe the vocal cords there. Dave, so you were suggesting crush and rush for me earlier. I'm going to be honest. I prefer to stay back. I prefer to be on the baseline. I get frustrated. And like, one of the things I'm frustrated, I'm going to talk about this. One of the things I'm finding really frustrated is when I am getting short balls, I am overhitting them over the baseline. Like, it's not like I'm really swinging for it, but it's like they just travel a little bit more than I'm expecting. If I get brought in, I don't feel supernaturally comfortable at net. I get lobbed a lot, even though I'm 6 foot. So yeah, it's kind of crush and rush can work, but most of the guys I play with are very used to their opponents being at net, essentially, and not necessarily not so that. But yeah, crush and rush. If I can do it, great. But I think a lot of the guys I play with are so experienced, and I can get the short ball, be drawn in, but after that, it's a little bit more of a lottery. I prefer to play from the baseline if I can. Ghosty, you need to stop annoying your opponents so much they aim for your head. That's the problem. Yeah, I'm seeing your response, Dave. I like playing with topspin. Much prefer playing with topspin. Everything I try and hit, it has topspin on it. It just still has a lot of depth. Ouch, yeah. Not fun when the serve hits you in the back, is it, Ozan? Yeah, I think I've got more problems with my strokes than just than anything else. Like, because everything I try and hit topspin on every shot. I think there's a technique problem that means there's not enough on it sometimes. Forehand from Alcaraz, the forehand of Djokovic right now. We're into another forehand battle here, and the forehand battles are so entertaining when these two get into it. Now Djokovic's turn to drop shot. Alcaraz going to pick it up past Djokovic, who's struggling to pick it off. Love 15. It was there. Alcaraz chased down the Djokovic drop shot and just got underneath it, but it looked like Djokovic just couldn't push off to defend from the pickup. He kind of reacted late by the look of it. Might have been a bailout shot. Might have been to mix the pace up, Dave. Because Alcaraz was quite far back. But yeah, that maybe it was more the location of the drop shot. Because I think if he drop shotted to Alcaraz's backhand side rather than the forehand side, maybe Alcaraz would have struggled to run that down. Backhand from Alcaraz in play on the line. Now we've got a line up at the line from Alcaraz. Oh, umpire's called it wide from Alcaraz on the backhand. So 15 all. Stats coming on the screen that Djokovic's got a 90% first serve percentage. Interestingly, Carlos is 73%. So I thought his first serve percentage wasn't great, but clearly Djokovic's was just so good that it was enough. Or maybe it's Alcaraz has slowly been improving his. 73% is actually quite good. Unreturnable from Novak, 30-15. Still keeping that first serve percentage high. I mean, look, if this is 7-6, 7-6, because not every match that you contend needs to go to a decider. 7-6, 7-6 would still be a very good match and very memorable. Obviously, we had a 7-6, 7-6 match on our top 7 match of the year last year, that Beijing final between Sinner and Medvedev. 40-15. Djokovic again, unreturned serve. Djokovic still taking some time here. Backhand from Djokovic. So the backhand of Alcaraz. Forehand up the line from Djokovic. Cross court. Alcaraz is good. Oh, Djokovic somehow gets a racket on it. He gets the position he needs to. Alcaraz leaves the ball. It drops in. Now we've got a forehand up the line from Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz on the attack. He's going to come in. Alcaraz is going to try volley. Puts it in the net. Djokovic somehow digs himself in trouble at that point. Wins the game. And it's 3-all. I mean, Ghosty, I'd say one of the best straight sets matches I've ever seen was the Djokovic-Federer 2012 ATP Finals final, 7-6, 7-5 Novak. My only two disappointments of it was 1, Federer lost that match, and 2, that it didn't go 3 because it was so good. So there's that one. I mean, like, in terms of, like, I'm not going to be stupid and just pick an Iga straight sets win or a Federer straight sets win that was kind of comfortable for them. Hey, APC Baron, get on Twitch. Welcome. Three all. Well, look at an example from history, like some of the greatest tennis matches of all, couple of the greatest women's matches of all time. 1970 Wimbledon final. Margaret Court beat Billie Jean King 14-12, 11-9. Which nowadays, in the modern era, that could have been 3 tiebreaks. It's just, of course, they didn't have them back then, so it was just pretty epic. Probably still regards one of the best women's Wimbledon finals of all time, but unfortunately, not much footage of it exists. And obviously, the winner is not exactly someone we want to celebrate. The tennis world wants to celebrate now. Drop shot from Alcaraz, but it's not short enough. And Djokovic overplays the backhand volley, puts it well out of court. And it's 15-all. Djokovic was there. He should have put the backhand volley away to get to love 30. Even the scoreboard thought he should be at love 30. But it's 15-all. That is the biggest error we've seen for Djokovic for a while. Alcaraz under a lot of pressure. I think there's been definitely... I don't think Alcaraz is far from his best, though, Dave. Oh, great +1 from the mid-court for Alcaraz, 30-15. The set certainly seems to be travelling a little quicker than the first. Maybe they're both realising that in this heat, they can't get into grind fests every point like they were in the first set. Big Djokovic fan over on Twitch, by the way, APC Bowenganet from Australia. First, it's an unreturnable serve from Alcaraz, 40-15. By the way, if you're not sure, APC, we're also live on YouTube, so I will be responding to comments on there as well. Ozan predicting another tie-break set. I have to agree with you at this point, but stranger things have happened. Oh, Djokovic overplays the return. It was the first serve from Carlos. Djokovic kind of overhits it, and it's game Carlos Alcaraz, and we're at 4-3 on serve. I don't know if you can overhype a 4-time Grand Slam champion APC, though, because whilst Djokovic is... I don't know if Djokovic's achievements will ever be matched, frankly. In tennis, the skill, excitement, and frankly, the results of Alcaraz kind of speak for themselves as well. Yeah, he's a 4-time Grand Slam champion at this point. He's one of the all-time greats. I'm of the view that if you win 3 Grand Slams, you are already a all-time great. It's when you get to Novak's levels that you're talking about greatest of all time. Get to double figures, you're greatest of all time. I don't think we could say that about Alcaraz yet. And I don't think anyone is. Dave, you think Alcaraz is breaking at 5-4? You mean like he almost did for Djokovic? Don't forget, Djokovic serving at 4-5, 4-all, even 4-all. Got himself into real trouble. Several times, had to save 5 break points in that game. Yeah, things settling down a little bit here. Alcaraz much more in this match. Djokovic disturbed by something in the crowd. Yes, I am drinking from a patriotic mug, by the way. This is just to try and sort of keep my voice going, just in case we do go through. Inside out from Djokovic. Backhand into the net from Alcaraz. 15-love. A little bit of frustration there from Alcaraz. It was a little bit of an overplayed return. Dave predicting Djokovic will get tighter as the set progresses. I could see that happening, especially given how much he wants this. We've seen him get tight serving out matches before, plenty of times, even though he's a 24-time Grand Slam champion. He still serves them out most of the time. Can he get that gold medal for Serbia? He's always wanted to. Took them to that legendary Davis Cup title in 2010. I think another one as well. 2013, maybe? Went to a rally again. Inside out forehand from Djokovic is too good, but Alcaraz still gets a racket on it. Djokovic tried to change direction and rushed it because it comes off the top of the net and over the baseline, 15 all. Another point Djokovic might have won there, but you could tell he was a little surprised that Alcaraz got a racket on that inside-out forehand, got it back in court, and over, and just didn't put enough height on that forehand he was trying to go up the line with. 15 all. Looks like he's willing to move on from that, though. Looks like he's willing to move on. Just checking something. First serve up the tee is really good. Alcaraz is going to get that ball just into the net. It looked like it might just drop in, but it's not enough. 30-15 for Djokovic. Great serving from the Serb. The Joker is in the house. And he's here to mix things up as always. Are you Serbian, APC? I know you live in Australia. First serve from Djokovic. (30-15). Ghosty putting some tactics in the chat there. Great serving for the serve. Yes, Ozan. Yeah, interesting tactical breakdown from Ghosty there as we go for out wide from Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz. Backhand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Djokovic goes up the line. Forehand Alcaraz. Forehand Djokovic. Forehand Alcaraz. Oh, putting Djokovic under pressure with that forehand. He's going to finish off with that forehand into the court at 30 all. Danger time for Novak. Yeah, I could see why you would support Novak, APC. Do you support any Croatian players? But I could see, yeah, grew up watching Novak. He would be the biggest player from sort of Croatia, Bosnia, that sort of region. Probably ever. Carlos isn't having an easy time with clay. I mean, to be honest, I think Djokovic likes clay, and I think the fact it's slow does neutralize some of Carlos' strengths against Novak. Great serve from Djokovic up the tee. Gets the serve does not land back in court. It's 40-30. This has been Djokovic's most challenging game of this set so far. But yeah, I know what you mean, Ghosty, about bringing Djokovic in. Because I did make that comment earlier with, like, you know, the weaknesses of Djokovic are his overhead and his forehand volley. So bring him to net and then either lob him or hit to his forehand. But maybe he would get used to it. Great serve from Djokovic. Then follows up with the backhand cross court. Alcaraz has to scoop backhand up in play. Going backhand to backhand. Alcaraz has now got a forehand. Oh, Djokovic has gone long with the backhand. Umpire's checking. It is out. Djokovic's gone long. We're at deuce in this game. So this is looking very similar to that 4-all game in the first set. Yeah, that ball did just miss. It's looking very similar to that 4-all game in the first set, where Djokovic ran into a little bit of trouble. Almost got broken. Carlos could have been serving for the set at that point. Here, this would be a very sudden momentum shift if Djokovic gets broken here. First serve is up the tee is good from Djokovic, and then gets the +1 inside out. Backhand Carlos is getting used to everything going in his backhand corner. Now he's got the forehand to play with backhand. Again, shorter from Novak. Alcaraz accelerates through that one. Djokovic makes it pace for pace, goes inside out on the forehand again, trying to keep everything in Carlos' backhand wing, and that works as the backhand breaks down. It ends up in the net, advantage Djokovic. Alcaraz again looks like he wants to throw the racket. He doesn't. He just doubles over in frustration. And yes, APC Australia did win gold in the doubles. I was very pleased for them because I wasn't expecting that. I thought the US would win that one, Krajcek and Ram, but Matt Ebden and John Peers had other ideas. Great result for the Australians. First doubles medal since the Woody brothers. In men's doubles, anyway. Unreturned serve from Novak, who shakes his racket in celebration. We're at 4 games all. Yeah, Australia and USA, rivals, probably since the 50s, when that sort of generation of Australians came through, dominated tennis, thanks to Harry Hopman, bringing through players like Frank Sedgman, Ken Rosewall, Ken McGregor, Lou Hode, Ashley Cooper, Neil Fraser, Rod Laver, Roy Emerson, John Newcombe. A sort of 50s, 60s, 70s generation kind of really shook up the US. Same for the women's side, with Margaret Court, Leslie Turner Bowery. Great overhead from Carlos, but Djokovic has got a racket on it. He's going to reach the drop shot, tries to scoop it past Carlos, who's going to lob Djokovic. Novak, is he going to reach it? He is. He's going to get it back. Carlos is going to dig the volley back over, though. It was probably too much to ask to win that point, but Djokovic did get a racket on everything somehow. 15-love. Yeah, not a lot of fuss is made about John Newcombe, Ghosty. I don't know why. Maybe because he, quotes, only won 7 Grand Slams, and he was in the era of Laver and Rosewall. And so he was always the third guy out of that trio, but certainly one of the very best players, if not the best player of the late 60s, early 70s. Haven't watched him play, but I know his reputation. Unreturned serve. They love Alcaraz. Djokovic's cap has come off now, by the way. The cap is finally off. The sun must have gone in a bit. 4:30 in France right now. Serve from Alcaraz. The Djokovic forehand long. Djokovic struggling to pick it up and drop it in court, and Alcaraz has 40 love. This is going to, I think you can tell the Spaniards got a little bit more confidence, and maybe, just maybe, the momentum is shifting in this match. By the way, Ashley predicted that this match would go more than 24 games. I think she's going to be right. Because we're already at game 9. We go 10 max. Djokovic isn't going to win the 6-4 at this rate. Might do, but... Oh, great stuff from Alcaraz. Djokovic somehow gets it back in court, and Alcaraz puts the backhand into the net. Never mind, maybe Djokovic does have his sights in this game. 40-15. We have had 13 games, including the tiebreak, plus another 8. We're at 21 games. So far. We go to at least 22. Backhand Djokovic cross court to the backhand of Alcaraz. Keeps training. Djokovic changes direction with his backhand. Alcaraz having to scramble that. Forehand Djokovic cross court. That's such a good forehand. Alcaraz still gets a racket on it. Djokovic goes inside out. Alcaraz is still going to get a racket on it. Sliding, moving so fast. Just out. Just out from Alcaraz. His speed helped him chase everything down, but that was probably a little bit too much to handle. And Djokovic gets another point in the Alcaraz serve. 40-30. I didn't realize John Newcombe's academy was an hour's drive from Austin, Dave. Interesting bit of information there. Morning, Ashley. Lovely to see you. Have you been able to watch any of this match, or are you just getting caught up? Backhand from Alcaraz. They're trading at the minute. Inside out fine from Alcaraz. Drop shot Djokovic. Just going to make it over the net. Alcaraz picks it up. Djokovic is going to go for the pass. He gets it. Deuce. Oh, here we go. This could get very interesting now. I mean, this already is very interesting. What a match we have. Yeah. Interesting, because I think, Rod Laver also moved to America, didn't he? But I think he went to California. So I think all the big Australians decided to move over to America. Maybe they could make more money from tennis over there back then. First serve from Alcaraz is huge. Now he's got a backhand. The backhand of Djokovic. Djokovic is absorbing everything. Now a huge accelerated backhand. Djokovic gets that backhand. Alcaraz having to scramble it. Forehand Djokovic inside out. Alcaraz is there. Again, backhand from Djokovic. He's just deciding to get used to running with Alcaraz. Goes up the line. Backhand Alcaraz. Djokovic is going to get to the backhand. Mid-court. Forehand Alcaraz. Moving Djokovic from side to side. Tries to go back behind this time with the forehand. Now trading at the minute. Up the line from Alcaraz. Backhand Djokovic cross court. Backhand Alcaraz. Backhand to backhand right now. Drop shot Alcaraz. Djokovic is going to come in behind it. Scoops it up and over. It's going to be there for Alcaraz to put away. And he does. What a pass from Alcaraz. Djokovic is doubled over and breathing heavily. And Alcaraz is wanting the cheers to cheer him on. What a point there. The drop shot opening up the court for him. Djokovic was absorbing everything Alcaraz could throw at him. And Djokovic goes to take a swig of water. He needs to recover from that last point. He tried everything he could to get there. Djokovic just made it. Wasn't enough. Alcaraz could still pass it. Yeah, Ashley, have you been able to watch any of this match? If you need a summary, let me know. Check and see who we've got on. I think things are still happening in Porto. Advantage Alcaraz. Hasn't faced a break point in this game. But he did have love. He did have 40 love. Great return from Novak again. Alcaraz's forehand is up the line. Novak gets to it. Alcaraz finishes off with the overhead. 5-4 Alcaraz, and he's wanting the cheers from the crowd. Dave, hope you have a good match. Thanks for joining us. And hope you have a good day. And yeah, that your tennis match goes well. And thanks for the tips. Maybe I'll try a bit of crush and rush. Take a leaf out of your book. Right, there we go. Djokovic tried to make himself an opportunity to break in that game. Let's see how he responds to serve here. Yeah, staying cool, guys. This is probably what you don't see on TV commentary, with people probably taking swigs of water in between or on the radio. Yeah, Shawana, Djokovic did work hard to get to juice in that last game. But then the following 2 points, Alcaraz just too good. You had a feeling Alcaraz was a bit up in the points there. And he's trying to build confidence, trying to prove he's still in this match. Finals getting up for 2.5 hours now. On this blistering hot day in Paris. It's 20 to 5 now. Hope it's a little cooler, but we know how things get baking hot on the red clay. We've still got another tennis medal to sort out after this, because we've still got the women's doubles final between. Oh, Kust versus Silk happening in 80 minutes. Is that going to be live, or are we just going to get the highlights? And is it going to be clay or indoor hard? See, that's going to be the match of the day. Right, Djokovic serving at 4-5. Last set, Alcaraz was the one serving to stay in sets, and last night Alcaraz was the one serving to stay in sets. Now it's Djokovic. Things switching around after the tiebreak. Unreturnable serve from Djokovic out wide, 15 love. Djokovic looking to lock down here. I mean, he's starting to look. I tell you what, this match he's looked more like Djokovic than he has in a very, very long time. Backhand in play from Alcaraz. Drop shot Djokovic. Alcaraz. Oh! The drop shot ends up in the net from Djokovic. That was a bailout shot. That was a panic. That was a... I can see what he was doing there because he saw where Alcaraz was, and maybe it would have worked, but it hits the net. 15 all. Not able to execute. Is this going to be an anti-Djokovic table? He actually plays better with a hat. Big moments here. Forehand up the line. Forehand Alcaraz. Forehand cross court from Djokovic. Forehand Alcaraz. Drop shot. Djokovic scrambles it. Alcaraz is going to drop shot. Here comes Djokovic to scoop it cross court. Alcaraz is there. Oh, the counter drop was too good from Djokovic. Alcaraz's attempt to pick it up goes into the tram lines 30-15. Hate to tell you this, Ozan, but if you have a straight sets 3-3, that means there's going to be 3 breaks of serve in the match. One in one set and 2 in another. You can't only break once and still be 6-3, 6-3. But once a set. But yeah, 3-3 would be more competitive than their previous one, I think, which was 6-2, 6-2. First set from Djokovic up the tee is so good, and Alcaraz's return is nowhere near the court, 40-15. Unreturnable, just too good from Novak. They're 3 and 4, probably, yeah, more. But again, still closer than the 2 and 2 that they had last time. Guys, I think Ashley might end up being right. Actually, will definitely be right, regardless, because she predicted over 24 games. We're about to complete game 22, which will mean at least another couple of games. Actually, no, this is game 23. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz is too good. That's a winner, 40-30. I guess regardless of the outcome of this game, this is going on longer because we're either getting a third set, which would definitely be a bunch of games more, or at least another 2, which would be Djokovic's preference. Make it a 6 and 5 win. Djokovic still has a game point of 40-30. And the question is, can these guys finish their match before the next match that everyone wants to see, Kustin Silk, starts? Alcaraz gets a return in play. Inside out forehand from Djokovic is really good. Djokovic's going to come in to finish off with a forehand volley. Alcaraz is there to lob him. It's well out of court. It's job done for Novak. He's held serve for 5 games all in the second set. Another knife-edge second set. Another knife-edge set between these two. Yogi's saying this might be their favourite straight sets match ever if Novak wins it and Djokovic has decided to get his hat back on. Maybe the sun's back out. I mean, look, this is going to be up there with one of the best straight sets match I've ever seen. If Djokovic gets the job done. First serve from Alcaraz is good. Follows up with a +1 forehand winner. This is the kind of final. This is the kind of sporting madness, the sporting quality that you want from an Olympic final in any sport. Yes, Ashley, I was saying, like, yeah, you were right. Congratulations. Backhand from Djokovic is long. Good first serve from Alcaraz. And Djokovic is... It's kind of hard to see how much reading the Alcaraz first serve because the Alcaraz first serve is good, but it does feel like Djokovic is getting a racket on it. But there's a deceptive amount of pace on the Alcaraz serve. That means Djokovic is putting it long. Question is, Ashley, Are they going at 2 or 3? Another return long from Djokovic. 40 love, Alcaraz. So would you say that, Yogi, that the Olympics is the most important best of 3 final in tennis ahead of year-end championships? Or an Indian Wells final? Forehand up the line from Alcaraz. Djokovic tries to accelerate through the backhand up the line. It doesn't work. And it's 6-5. Alcaraz holds to love. We are going to be changing ends, and Djokovic will be coming out again to serve to stay in the set to guarantee himself at least a tiebreak in this set. And again, it's really interesting how the set turned around, because when the set started, it felt like Djokovic was kind of closing in and was the more confident one. But Alcaraz has worked his way back into this set. Djokovic's level hasn't changed that much. Alcaraz has improved. And what I will say as well is, I don't think there's been any break points so far this set. I don't remember that. Was there a break point this set? I don't think there's been a break point in this set. As Ghosty's saying, it's so close between them. So close between these two. Plenty of Serbians out in force. Lots of Serbian flags. Serbian hats. Many flags as well out there. I can see Brazil, Germany. Lots of Spanish flags out there for Carlos. Saw a Brazilian flag. Everyone here to represent the Olympics. Serbia versus Spain. We seem to be, there we go. There seems to be some consensus that the Olympic final is the most significant best of 3 final in tennis. Ghosty reluctantly acknowledging this has been a good match, even though it's on clay. Here we go, 5-6, Djokovic serving. And it's off the top of the net and fortunately in the court. So, oh, no, umpire's checking. Is this going to be a second serve or a first serve? Oh, there's a discussion. Both players are coming close. Djokovic is saying it's in. Alcaraz is saying it's not. Djokovic is arguing with the umpire. Umpire's calling it a second serve. No, first serve. It's a first serve because Djokovic's got a new set of balls from the poor kid. Djokovic's box kind of supporting him. Still taking his time here for this first serve, which he's got unlimited time for because there's no clock between points at this point for a let. First serve is long. Tried to go up the tee. He's missed it. Second serve for real this time. Still the first point. Still the first point of this game. How tight is this game going to be? It feels like it could be. Second serve is short from Novak. Carlos puts the return into the net. He was standing too far back and didn't get a lot of purchase on it. 15 love Djokovic. Ball kind of died and Alcaraz just didn't drive through it enough. $15 love. Resetting here for Djokovic. First serve up the tee. Alcaraz scrambles it into place somehow. Now Djokovic is going to come in to try and finish with the forehand while he goes back behind Alcaraz. That was smart. 30 love. Great shot from Novak. And we were talking about his forehand volley being a problem before, but that was timed to perfection. And Alcaraz was running kind of towards the middle of the court, even his speed, and couldn't change direction that well. First serve up the tee again from Djokovic at 30 love. Goes inside out on the forehand. Great forehand from the mid-court. 40 love. Ruthless from Djokovic. I wouldn't say back against the wall, but he knows he's under pressure. This is the Djokovic that we were hoping would turn up for this match. But we weren't sure about it after Wimbledon. But he's here now. First serve out wide. Alcaraz goes into the net on the return. Djokovic holds to love. Tie-break number 2, everyone. Which way is this going? Are we going to get a tough straight sets win for Novak Djokovic? The roof is half closed in Chateauguay, interestingly. Is it going to be a tough straight sets win? 2 tie breaks? Or is Alcaraz going to nick this tie break and take us to 3? Who's winning this tie break? Hard to call. I think they're both playing well right now. I could see Alcaraz winning it. First serve from Alcaraz into the net. I agree with you, Jane. Everyone in the top 100 is a great tennis player. You don't get to the top 100 without a lot of hard work and a lot of talent. Oh, that's an insane shot from Djokovic. Wow. Alcaraz teed up for a forehand up the line. Djokovic hits a running forehand cross court with an insane angle, and Alcaraz could not run it down. What a first point in that tiebreak from Djokovic. And I know that's kind of, apologies that I'm not as excited for that as the Alcaraz one earlier. I don't sound as much, but let me tell you, that shot was just as good quality as the one I went crazy for last set. Suddenly, Djokovic is up in the tiebreak, 1-0. Long on the first serve, though. He doesn't want to think too much about where he is, about what this is for. This is the last big prize, the one he's wanted to win for so long, that he's spent nearly 20 years going for. Djokovic is still resetting here for the second serve, and there's crowd noise here for the second serve that's distracting him. They're going to reset, start again. Ghosty, you're saying Korda might win a 500 tonight? It might not be Korda, it might be Kabali. But Korda is playing well by the sound of it. I haven't seen any of his matches. The only Washington matches so far I've watched have been Badosa Raducanu, and I tried to watch Sabalenka Bushkova, but when the rain delay happened, I decided to get some sleep. Short second serve from Djokovic. Alcaraz goes in the attack. Backhand. Djokovic just clears the net. Backhand Alcaraz. The backhand of Djokovic up the middle of the court. Forehand Alcaraz. Djokovic has to run for that forehand. Scrambles it in and short. Backhand from Alcaraz on the attack. Djokovic is going to get there. Loops it up. Is it going to land in the court? Yes. Alcaraz is going to have to go for the forehand at the line. Forehand Djokovic. Again, shortish. And Alcaraz puts the forehand into the net. Djokovic gets out of jail there. And he gets the point. 2-0. What a shot there. Like, Alcaraz should have won that point, but Djokovic digs himself out of trouble. And he's making himself unbeatable like he's done. That is vintage Djokovic. Never count him out of any point when he's like this. This is the version of Djokovic that is box office. First serve out wide. Alcaraz gets the return in play. Forehand Djokovic at the line. Backhand Alcaraz looped. Backhand Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz up the line. Now I've got Djokovic going back to the Alcaraz backhand. Djokovic then goes cross court. Still trading backhands cross court at the minute. Is anyone going to change direction? Yes, Alcaraz. Djokovic has to slide into the forehand. Now they're trading forehands at the minute. Djokovic miscues it. That was a great deep forehand from Alcaraz. And Djokovic is long, and it's 2-1. Mini break retrieve for the Spaniards. Dan's in the chat supporting Carlos. Great scrambling from both, but it does feel like in those last 2 points that Alcaraz is kind of starting to assert himself again. 2-1. Djokovic. Alcaraz now. His turn to serve again. Can he reset this tiebreak to 2-2? First serve from Alcaraz is good. Djokovic's return is really good though. And the +1 from Alcaraz is even better up the line. 2-2. What a winner from Carlos Alcaraz. Applause from his box. Spanish fans going crazy. Wonderful run around forehand up the line from Alcaraz. That's an Alcaraz special. The Spanish fans with their flying their flags, cheering their man on. You can bet your life the Serbians are doing the same. What a final this is in Paris 2024 at the Olympic Games. Forehand from Djokovic to the find of Alcaraz. Now we've got, a shanked forehand from Djokovic that somehow lands in, gives Alcaraz time on the forehand. Now Djokovic's going to run around and inside that forehand short. Backhand Alcaraz cross court. Backhand Djokovic. Alcaraz, they're still trading backhands. Can they? He's going to change directions. Alcaraz, he goes up the line with a forehand. Djokovic decides to go to the Alcaraz's forehand, moving side to side. Still moving to the side now. Backhand at Djokovic up the line. Alcaraz cross court. Djokovic, whoa! What a cross-court angle from Djokovic. That's another beauty of a forehand from Novak. And he's got the mini break advantage again, 3-2. Yeah, go see, I think David Ferrez there. I think he might be the Olympic captain. Or at least he's kind of involved in the Spanish tennis side of things. Djokovic at 4-2. Breaking with two brilliant forehands. Djokovic being very demonstrative right now, 3-2. Does he want certain balls? He's looking for a ball that he likes. Now he's got them. Ball in the pocket. We're at 10 seconds on the serve clock. He needs to watch this carefully. We're well into single figures at this point. First serve as the clock hits 0. Backhand from Alcaraz. Short. Forehand up the line. Djokovic. Alcaraz somehow gets there. Djokovic is going to have to overhead this. He does. He goes back behind Alcaraz. That was a smart move. 4-2. Whoa. 3 points from home, Novak Djokovic. They're changing ends. But he's already been 1 mini break up. He can't be complacent. Alcaraz is not going away. He's running down every shot that Novak throws at him. Thank you so much for the $5, Jane. Really appreciate it. Yeah, that's going to help John and Damien buy return tickets back from Porto. Thanks, Jane. Really appreciate it. Glad you enjoyed the call as well. Guess we'll see what happens here, right? 4-2. Let's see what happens. Are we going to get... are we going 3? Can Djokovic hold on? First serve is wide. He tried to go out wide. Missed it. Second serve for Novak. Mini break up in this tie break. It's really tense now. Alcaraz gets the short second serve on the attack. Forehand Novak pushes Carlos back. Still middle of the court. Not really going to do any angles here. Alcaraz goes cross court on the backhand. Lots of loop on these shots. Alcaraz puts the forehand into the net. 5-2. And he needs to not make any mistakes here, Alcaraz. He's had 3 service points so far in this tie break and he's lost 2 of them. Might Nole retire after this if he wins? I think that's a discussion we have afterwards. Would I pick up Damien and John as hitchhikers? Don't know if I should answer that question on air. 2-5, Alcaraz serving in this tie break. More crowd disruption. means he has to pause. I think he's run out of time on the serve clock. First serve into the net from Alcaraz. He doesn't want to get this tiebreak to get away from him. It's still only the one mini break. He wants to give as much pressure to Novak as possible. Djokovic goes on the attack with a backhand return. Now he's got another backhand, still trading with Carlos on the backhand, and Carlos nets it. We have 4 match points, 4 gold medal points for Novak Djokovic. Wow. We thought it was possible, but we had doubts after the surgery, after he lost in Tokyo. Is this Novak Djokovic's moment? Carlos Alcaraz serves. Backhand from Djokovic in play. Scooped up backhand from Alcaraz. Djokovic goes for the attack at the forehand. It's a winner! Novak Djokovic has just completed tennis. He is an Olympic gold medalist. He roars. The raw emotion comes out. It is unbelievable for him right now. Novak Djokovic is the Olympic champion. Carlos Alcaraz congratulates him on what was an epic match. Even though it was 2 tiebreaks, it didn't go 3, but this will still be a memorable match from this year. And Djokovic is down on the ground, facing the clay. He cannot believe it. He has done it. This is the moment that he's wanted for so long, that he's missed out on time and time again. He finally gets to an Olympic final. He gets to the young pretender, and he pushes through and he gets it. Djokovic is in tears right now. He's like, the cry. It's all coming out now. So many tears of joy from the aging Serb, the patriot at heart. He cannot believe what he's just done, but he's done it. He is an Olympic champion. He has won every Grand Slam. He has won every Masters 1000. He has won the Tour Finals and a record amount of times. He's won the Davis Cup. And this is it. He is an Olympic champion as well. Completes the career Golden Slam along with Andre Agassi and Rafael Nadal. This is a moment in tennis history. Carlos Alcaraz was here to spoil, and he couldn't quite do it. Djokovic is holding up a giant Serbian flag. Yeah, Alcaraz looking fairly despondent. John, let me know when you can speak.
I can speak now. I'm just trying to plug in my earphones, but
okay.
Yeah, I mean, what is there left to say about Novak Djokovic? I mean, I think he's just completed every single box that's been needed to be ticked really today. I mean, obviously there's the Jimmy Connors record still to come, but that's probably a matter of time. And bearing in mind the year he has had, I mean, basically he's just transformed what was obviously a pretty disappointing year thus far into another amazing year for Novak Djokovic. This will be the year that he, completed the ambition for him to seal the gold medal that has obviously eluded him throughout his 20-year career until today. And like I say, he could basically take the rest of the year off and it would still be, he could lose every match for the rest of the year and this would still be a successful year for Novak.
I was going to say, I don't think now it matters whether he wins the US Open or not. I think this was the target. He's got the job done. Yeah. I think maybe he wants to get to 25 and move like right number, but yeah, he's done it. He is this is the moment that he's been waiting for. And I said that after Tokyo in 2021, after he lost to Zverev, we didn't know whether he'd still be fit enough to play in Paris. The young guys were coming through. Nadal might have still been around.
Yeah.
We thought that was his last chance.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly could have been. I mean, that's the thing with the Olympics, obviously being every 4 years, although in this case, of course, 3 years late with the pandemic interrupting the last one. But let's talk about the performance today. I mean, you obviously saw the match pretty much from start to finish. I missed that period in the first set when Alcaraz had those break points come and go. How did that feel, Nick, at the time during that sort of sort of 4, I think it was more or less in the first set when those 5 break points came and went for Carlos?
Interesting, because I did feel like that was due to a lull in level from Novak that was happening, and that maybe if he might get broken in the end. He was kind of still fending off what felt like the inevitable. But then when he was break point down, he played incredibly. And that was what happened. Like, he was serving unreturnables or setting himself up perfectly for points.
Fair enough.
To get the job done. And actually, I think someone said in the chat during that game, the returner usually wins these long games. And I said, but if you serve it out, suddenly you're the one with the momentum and the advantage, and that's more or less what happened.
Definitely, yeah.
Press that first set out.
Yeah, and going into the tiebreak, having had those breakpoint holds. I mean, obviously, Carlos had to hold a few in that set, but they were sort of evenly spread out across the set. I think it was 5 in total for Carlos to save and Novak 8. And then also looking at that last set tiebreak, I heard the German commentator say to me, because I was dipping, your commentary was a few seconds ahead, so I dipped over to the German commentary for that tiebreak, and they said, I'm pretty sure it probably finished this way, 33 unforced errors off the racket of Carlos, and there were 2 or 3 in that last tiebreak. Some of them were slightly short balls that he was attacking, and they were flying into the net, but we mustn't forget that Novak sealed the goal with a goal with a forehand winner. Okay, a little bit. He had a cushion of 6-2, so when he's wheeling up for that forehand winner, I'm thinking, he's feeling pretty good here, because even if he messes this up, he's still got 3 to go. But don't forget that incredible cross-court winner he did on the slide. It was a running stroke sliding forehand cross-court winner that basically Carlos just couldn't get a racket on, and we know how Carlos is. He can get his racket on almost anything, but there were a few balls like that today, and yeah, I mean, the 2 tie breaks is the difference, and that's where Novak elevated himself, as he so often has done in his career, particularly last year, I remember, was often the case. Wasn't their Wimbledon match of 2023 when it was Carlos who sort of elevated his level, so to speak, and Novak dropped. But today, we're also at 4-2. Now, this is an inward feeling, and this is not objective at all. At 4-2 at the change of ends, then of course I think it becomes 5-2. I was starting to think to myself that if I'm Carlos, there might be a little thing at the back of my mind going, it's okay. I've got 4 more of these to come in my career, 3 more of these to come. And I know they can come and go.
I would say, judging by his reaction, so while you've been talking, obviously I've got Eurosport on. He's just been interviewed by Alex Corretja. They've had to stop the interview twice because he's sobbing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure he's devastated.
He wanted this one today.
But ultimately, you could also see, unsurprisingly, the joyous reaction. See you, Gaspar. Thanks very much. Yep. See you sometime soon on the tour. Cheers.
In the press room in Porto.
Yeah. I think there's only one Gaspar I'm familiar with in the tennis community, players or otherwise. So maybe some of the people in the live chat are also familiar with him or follow him on Twitter. So yeah, I mean, you saw the reaction from Novak at the end. It was clear that he's got. I mean, I was speculating just a couple of months ago after that knee operation that probably we might not see him at Wimbledon because he would obviously be desperate for this gold. As it turns out, he was able to play both. And by the way, yes, you might look at some of the movement. I know Damien was a little critical of Novak at times over the last few days, Novak's movement, but it was good enough to win a gold medal at the Olympic Games. So what can you say? And yeah, I don't see him probably being above Yannick or Carlos in terms of favorites for the US Open right now, but let's see what happens over the next 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. I think that was the best I've particularly by the second set, because Novak only really came under pressure in one service game, and that was the
second set.
In the second set, yeah, that was the 3-4 game that he was serving at. Like, he got taken to deuce by Alcaraz. Interesting, 2 very different tie-break sets, because the first one was break points galore that neither of them could convert, and the second set, like, neither of them got break point chances, which is interesting. But this is the best. This is like the Novak I expect to see. This is the Novak who steps up against players like Carlos, like Yannick, Yike, Rafa, and Roger of old, and Andy. And he just seemed to grow in size and stature, especially by that tiebreak. And I'm not sure how well Alcaraz played that tiebreak, but towards the end. But Djokovic just kept on taking opportunities. Three winners to do 3 breaks in that tiebreak.
That forehand winner, I think, from Novak also came from a shot that Carlos had plenty of time on and had a lot of chance to put it a bit closer to the line, take nothing away from Novak. But yeah, I think Carlos, in terms of that wasn't that point.
Yeah,
but it was that point.
Yeah, but I think you're like a little,
He was very harsh on himself.
You're very harsh on Novak sometimes. I think.
No, I think it was. I've already praised Novak to say what an excellent forehand. Damien, if you want to come on the stream, you're welcome. But you said you didn't feel up to it because he didn't have the tennis acumen to deliver that, as I am in my words that I'm stuttering on right now. But yeah, I mean, listen, he could have and should have gone close to the line. He knew it. He was gutted to lose that point. I saw the Spanish expletives coming out of his mouth. And as you've just seen, Nick, you've seen obviously how emotional he's on court. But this is not me. I've already said how amazing that forehand cross-court winner was from a guy who's in his late 30s, who's just had knee surgery 5 weeks ago, has been to a final at Wimbledon, and then, of course, may have that unbelievable run now. I don't expect to see Novak on a tennis court until Cincinnati at the earliest. I mean, there's probably not much really that he can do, because I think I'm sure he was never on the Canada list, and if he was, he's not
in the draw. He's not in the draw.
Yeah, I know he's not going to Canada. I mean, it's pretty much getting underway as we speak. But yeah, I expect to see him in Cincinnati unless he has a relapse with the knee, and even there, he can just go in with a smile on his face, knowing he's won every Masters twice, and I think if he wins Monte Carlo, it'll be everyone 3 times. He can relax. He can win that title. He can go out second round, third round, or whatever, and go into the US Open as third favorite, and that's just fine. Everything the rest of his tennis career now is fine. I would be amazed to see him at another Olympic Games, but yeah, maybe in doubles. Maybe he'll come back as a 40-plus-year-old doubles guy, and yeah, that could work. But yeah, taking no credit away from him. Of course, he's as I think I saw Mario tweet recently, or just a few moments ago, saying Novak Djokovic has completed tennis.
Yeah, I think I said that in commentary as well.
Mario probably stole it from you. Well, we'll get Mario later.
So tell him he owes me royalties. Yeah, I don't think it's an original take, let's be honest. But yeah, I agree with you. And I think this is the best I've seen from Novak since Cincinnati last year.
Or even the ATP Finals, he was insane. In the final, especially.
Yeah, I think it was helped a little bit by Yannick not being quite there on the day.
Carlos Alcaraz's doctor has taken to Twitter to tweet 2 minutes ago, by the way, this is, despite the match, the photo being pre-match, just to basically congratulate Novak, obviously, on getting the gold medal, and also Carlos on his silver medal. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. But this is a beautiful sport, is what he is tweeting. Dr. Lopez Martinez. Sorry that he's the first tweet I brought up, just because he was the one at the top of my list, as it turned out, on Twitter.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's, I mean, look, let's face it, Alcaraz's doctor is someone who can go out and say some encouraging words. And look, this won't be Carlos's last chance to win it. You would imagine he's going to be a contender in LA. I would imagine conditions are going to be similar to Indian Wells. And kind of, if you think about sort of the West Coast hard courts being traditionally sort of fairly sort of slower, higher bouncing court.
Yeah, I still think Cincinnati's quite a bit far. I think it's a bit faster than the
West Coast courts. So Indian Wells, San Diego, Cincinnati's east side.
Yeah, yes. What tournament are you talking about?
I'm talking about LA in 4 years' time.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Of course, yeah. But yeah. So yeah, if that is like that, then of course that would suit Carlos down to the ground. Yeah, but long way to go between now and then. 4 years between now and then. But I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah,
Matt Roberts here. It's quite funny. He's never won Newport. He's never won Newport, so there's still something else to complete.
Well, look,
and he's not won the Porto Challenger either.
How many titles does Novak have now? Is it 109 that's Connor's record?
Yes, 109 Connors. I'm not sure how many Novak has. Does the gold medal count as a title, by the way?
I think it will, yeah.
99, I think, no.
Yeah, 1999?
I would have to check, but I think so.
Okay, so it might be 99 from Novak. I thought it might be over 100.
So he's 10 away from Connors' record then. It's doable if he stays healthy. He might have to vulture some tournaments.
Just keep coming to Estoril and some of those, yeah.
Go to Belgrade go to Belgrade. Hope they host some two tournaments a year like they did in 2021. And that should help him out there. But yeah, I mean, look, I think Jimmy Connors vultured a lot of tournaments, which is why he has the record.
Okay, yeah. But anyway, I think it's very doable. It's unusual that he obviously has only won one title this year, albeit that being Olympic gold. But yeah, I mean, I can easily see him picking up another title or two between now and the end of the year, and then that 109 will also be in his sights. But whatever happens now, whether he doesn't win it, he never picks up a racket again. If he loses every match for the rest of his career, it's his career is complete. You know, he's won all of the Grand Slams at least 3 times. That's one more than his nearest challenger in terms of, you know, Rafa obviously having done it twice around, but he's gone 3 times around. He's doing it across all surfaces. He's won the gold on clay. Does that also just add another little percent to his prowess? You know, he's probably.
Who would have known that Novak Djokovic would have had to wait for Olympic gold to come round on clay after being on hard courts pretty much every other one he's had in his career, other than grass?
Yeah, right. Just a comment here from Djokovic on Eurosport, where he said, incredible battle, incredible fight. I honestly, when the last shot went past him, I guess meaning Carlos, it was the only moment I thought I could win the match. He keeps on coming back and asking me to play my best tennis. It was fair to finish both sets in a tiebreak. And of course, he finished that match with a forehand winner down the line.
Yeah. He did.
By the way, what was it like to commentate on? I mean, obviously we were dipping in and out, and I think it was almost a marathon first set, in particular for you too, Nick, wasn't it?
A little exhausting, to be honest. But I was worried.
I don't know how the weather is. I don't know how the weather is in London or in the UK. Sorry, today.
It's cloudy.
Okay.
Cloudy and warm. But not as warm as other times. But yeah, it's. I think that match was it was fun. It was up there with some of the best quality tennis I've ever commentated on, because I wasn't really having to bring up many mistakes, or the mistakes didn't seem silly. They were sort of natural to come in kind of the pressure of the moment. The first set was just insane drama all the way through, and I was kind of getting to the point where it was like, if this is going to how it's be for 3 sets, I may not have a voice by the end of the day. But it was incredible to watch these two really kind of duke it out. I think it was interesting that Djokovic figured out that he just needed to pin Alcaraz in his backhand corner, and that seemed to work 90%. Like most points with him was him doing that when he got the ascendancy in the rally, which was something I picked up on and ended up being. Probably, I don't know whether, because I don't think of Carlos having a particularly weak backhand, but maybe Djokovic was able to pressurize it a bit more. Maybe he was a bit more scared of the forehand. He was definitely looping it more if he was hitting Carlos's forehand. But yeah, that was something I did notice, sort of doing it and sort of picking up on the kind of rallies. But yeah, the forehand to forehand rallies were incredible to watch as well.
This is, I guess, a comment from Carlos. It's not input in speech marks, but all I'll tell you is that it says "I am very," and the third word translated into English is a bad word, if you like. But so I'm extremely messed up, if you like. But if I could lose with someone in this way, with this fight, why not be against the best player of all time? is what Carlos has said in his words to Alex Corretja courtside as well. But as you can see, obviously, he's had better days at the office. Let's say that.
He has, but I don't think by much. Like, this will go down as one of the losses that, is understandable. A bit like the Cincinnati loss last year. I don't think he's going to have too much shame in this loss. He didn't. There were very few things,
but he was gutted after that Cincinnati match, more than I even expected him to be.
Yeah, he was better than. Yeah, he was gutted, but I don't think he should be berating himself for a poor performance. He should be more disappointed himself after that ATP Finals loss he had last year against Djokovic. If you're looking at Djokovic,
maybe, but I don't think those conditions really suit him. Not yet, anyway. Indoor hard, but you and I will not be berating him for that Cincinnati loss, or even today. I mean, it's just coming up against Novak Djokovic, and occasionally you're going to come up short. Novak, of course, now has the 4-3 lead in the head-to-head. Maybe Novak can avoid that fight for the rest of his career somehow and maintain that advantage. Because of course it was 3-3 going into this with Carlos. And another thing that Novak would have had to have overcome is some demons from that Wimbledon final where he was just outclassed from start to finish. I think Carlos broke in the first service game of Novak's in that match, and it never really looked maybe in doubt. Okay, you could talk about the championship points that came and went, but he soon knuckled down and realized who was the significantly better player on the day. And I know this is different surface and it's a few weeks later and 3 sets instead of 5, but we all remember about Roger, of course, in 2008 saying that he carried into the Wimbledon final a bit of a hangover from Paris when he was obviously drummed out of the French capital, I think to the tune of just winning 4 games. And he said for the first 2 sets, he was still sort of had that in his mind. So that could have been very easy for Novak to take the court today, despite all of the trophies he has in his cabinet, feeling a little bit inferior to Carlos, given what happened at SW19 just a few weeks ago.
But this is where he did such a good job of bouncing back, because he had different tactics. He wasn't rushing. He wasn't trying to finish points super quick at this tournament. In this match compared to the Wimbledon one, he was willing to be a bit more patient. He also, and maybe that was due to the fact it was on clay rather than grass, and it's sort of it's more difficult to do that. Although we did see some serve volley on display from both guys. The other thing to bear in mind is, of course, the knee's in a better place. Yes, it's still in that brace, but he was definitely moving better. It was picked up on. He doesn't seem to be bothered by it, and that was critical as well. And I do think that the fact it was on clay did help, because I think although Carlos is an excellent clay court player, it doesn't let him hit through Novak like he could do on grass or other surfaces. And that ended up being a factor as well. So I think that helped him get a little bit more into rallies and make it a bit more neutral. So, but that credit to Djokovic, he came out confident, knowing he could move this time, and that he had a different plan of action against Carlos, which ultimately ended up working.
Indeed. Look at this little. I mean,
oh,
what better way to celebrate if Novak Djokovic is your favorite player, or maybe even August Holmgren is your favorite player, who's obviously won a challenger here in Porto this week. Why not celebrate and enjoy a nice warm cup of tea, or warm something else if you wish to, by getting yourself a Talking Tennis mug. Perhaps it's a little chilly where you are and you can get yourself a sweater or a hoodie. Or if you want to make some notes about just how many titles Novak Djokovic has, you can, of course, pick up a wonderful little notebook there. I shall probably put that link in the... by the way, has there ever been a more inappropriate time to plug merchandise than during Novak Djokovic's parade?
I can't think of less appropriate times.
Oh, okay, well, fine. I'm going with that. Let's put Novak back on the screen now anyway. Obviously celebrating his unbelievable achievement today. And I did see a comment in the chat. I think it's something about one of the post-match comments from Novak. But it was a bit ambiguous, Ozan, what you were saying. Novak just said courtside that he struggles with himself, whether he's done enough in tennis now. But are we looking at that in a positive way, as in like, I still think I've got more to do and more to give? Or is Ozan, because obviously I'm guessing you saw the interview, is he kind of saying, I don't know what else to do in tennis? Is it sort of the former or the latter? Someone can maybe
I would
let us know.
interpret that as the former, to be honest. I think this is a sign that he's not done, that he's... And like, let's face it, because we're talking about, okay, is Djokovic's ambition to win everything? And yes, it is, but also his ambition is still to prove that he can play with the best of the world and win against Alcaraz, Sinner, Medvedev, just about that category, but definitely Alcaraz and Sinner. And like today, he just done that. I think he will stop when he realizes that he can't beat those two anymore.
Yeah.
Or whoever comes after them. That's when he stops. And in the meantime, he's just going to get as many trophies as he can.
And as you say, as you interpreted there, I think you are right. That seems like he just wants to give a bit more. And for, as you said, why, if it's nip and tuck between him, Yannick, and Carlos, and they've exchanged wins and losses, feels like fairly equal measure over the last 12 months. I know it's 4-3, the head-to-head, of course, with Carlos, and I'm guessing their first encounter was in Madrid. I could be wrong.
Madrid 22, yeah.
Yeah, so in the last 24 months, he has a record of 4-3 over Carlos, and I'm sure it's probably quite similar with Yannick over that 24-month period. Of course,
because Yannick's made up some ground in that rivalry thanks to ATP Finals, Davis Cup, Australia,
Davis Cup, yeah, right. But it's still very, very close. I mean, the Davis Cup, he had match points. I'm sure that Novak, although I don't think Serbia, I think Serbia can't make the finals in Malaga, if I'm right in thinking. But I'm sure he's won the Davis Cup, so it's like missing. I have just posted, Jane, the link in the live chat, and it is here, Jane. I think that should work. Let me know if it doesn't, and I'll see if I can find another link for you, but otherwise maybe just Google it and stuff like that. But yeah, there we go. Oh, you got it, Jane. Hopefully it works. Yeah. So yeah, I think a bit like I said at the beginning, in a way, I don't really know what else we can say in terms of Novak Djokovic's achievements, either in tennis or today.
Yeah, well, that's a good timing because I think they're just about to show us the Olympic podium.
Okay.
Djokovic about to receive gold, Alcaraz to receive silver, and Lorenzo Musetti to receive bronze. The IOC president, Thomas Bach, is going to be awarding the medals. So that's a high-profile order.
Thank you to Ozan and Jane as well for your contributions, and of course Ghosty, who gave us a nice contribution, or big contribution I should say, to celebrate our second birthday, and that video is still out there on YouTube. I don't know what value you can get from watching Damien and I get gradually drunk on a video, but maybe you can enjoy that.
Getting gradually drunk to Nick's horror.
Yeah, to Nick's horror, yeah, because you were sort of, you were pulling you were the designated driver, let's say that.
I usually am.
Yeah. But the podium is happening, so I can imagine we'll be seeing plenty of emotion. Of course, Musetti gaining the bronze yesterday, Italy's first medal in tennis in 100 years, I think. I saw probably the last time that the Olympics had tennis before it had that hiatus. Can you have a 60 or 70 year hiatus? I don't know. 64-year hiatus.
Cryogenic sleep at that point.
Yeah. I think you're right. Before, of course, returning in Seoul, I heard you as well listing off the champions since the gold medalists in the men's, at least singles, since 1988, and of course now Novak Djokovic's name has been added to that list. Oh, but by the way, Damien and I are about to go off and play tennis, so that's the main match that everybody wants to tune in for, of course.
I'm glad this finished in time. This hasn't caused a delay in the schedule.
Yeah, Damien was getting tetchy. Yeah, I said, look, I'm gonna stay here. I mean, if we take to the court half an hour late, we take to the court half an hour late, but we'll probably be fairly punctual now. I need to get changed into some less clean clothing because I've only got like one clean t-shirt left and I'm wearing it, so I won't be wearing that on the tennis court, much to the delight of the people that will be on my plane. Hopefully I'll still be fresh for that, and yeah, fresh as a Novak Djokovic. I mean, Novak and I, we're not a million miles apart in terms of our ages. Damien, of course, and Carlos Alcaraz, not a million miles. How old are you, Damien?
4 years older.
4 years older, and And what's Novak? 38, 37?
37.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a similar generational gap. In fact, it's very similar, I would imagine, in terms of our ages. So we'll see if the Novak age old boy can pull off some of the magic that we saw from the real Novak.
Carlos 2.0.
Yeah, Novak Carlos 2.0. Although I see more Damien being more like sort of Sarah Sariba's Tormo in his style of game than Carlos Alcaraz.
Playing the video.
Djokovic has got his gold medal. He's got his gold medal now. He's kissing it. He's receiving the box. I don't know what the box is that they get. I don't know if it's for the medal or something.
Oh, I've seen that. Is that thin sort of thing that they've been holding? Yeah, I don't know what it is either. I've seen that. I saw them. I saw Igor. I saw them all having it. In fact, I saw Igor with it. I thought, oh, Igor got something, and then I saw all the other people have it too.
All of them getting it.
I don't know if there's maybe it looks like it could be a poster in there. Looks like a little poster for the wall. Maybe a picture of Damien and I or something like that for them to hang on their wall.
But there you go. So yeah, Djokovic now has his gold medal, and that's an incredible sight to see. And I wasn't sure what was going to happen there. As the flags are raised, obviously you mentioning Italy getting getting a bronze medal. They are going to be getting a gold or a silver once they've packed everything up and get the women's doubles match on.
Of course, yeah, of course. So there'll be more glory to come for Italy one way or another. But yeah, I don't yet have a picture of the gold medal hanging around his neck, but I'm sure that'll be on Twitter very, very soon. But we've got some other little images here. This one has been put up, I think, by Holger Rune to congratulate Novak Djokovic and many, many others, obviously, are doing so.
Looks like it's an official ATP Tour thing.
Yeah, I think he's either copied and pasted that or he's retweeted. I'm not sure. But yeah, we've probably got Fran Surundalo as well taking to social media as well to congratulate Djokovic as well.
Wow.
So there we go. Let's see if I can give one more chance to see if I can find a picture of him with the gold medal around his neck, and if not, we'll bring this.
They've got time. They're still singing the Serbian national anthem.
Oh, but he's got the medal around his neck, right?
Yeah.
As I can see, a nice little ITF makeup for Carlos Alcaraz's silver, which maybe by the time he's on the podium right now, as you say, is he looking all right, Carlos?
Well, we're only looking at Novak at the minute. I think.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Yeah, Carlos is kind of stoic right now. It's not giving much away. The only one who's smiling on the podium is Novak.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense. Although I'd have thought Musetti's had it's a decent tournament for him, obviously getting a bronze. And at least you get something, and that's what I was wondering with Carlos. But you do get something for your efforts in terms of getting the silver medal. Of course, you don't really feel necessarily that way when you finish runner-up in a slam, but maybe it might take a few days or even a bit longer for Carlos still to digest that he has at least achieved something. But yeah, I can see him looking.
Novak Djokovic's gold medal is glinting in the sun, by the way, as he's holding it up for the cameras as they're taking like a photo together as the podium.
Okay. Yeah, there's a very disconsolate. It might be those images that you were talking to me about before of Carlos. But we live and learn. Here we go. We've got a picture of the podium via Christopher Clary, at least, of the three players there that we just mentioned on the podium. So I guess on that note, Nick, do you want to close us out?
All right. Well, first of all, thanks for coming on and giving your thoughts on that match, and Damien as well. And I wish you both the best in going forward. I'm not going to play favourites, although I do wish I was watching and maybe giving us some commentary on that one.
For sure, if Damien wins, it won't be very long. Set your watches by it, and you'll be finding out very soon. There'll be social media. He'll join Instagram. He'll join Twitch. He'll join every single thing. There'll be Reddit posts and you name it coming out of his ears. If I win, I'll be quietly satisfied with my work, but I will let my talking stay on the tennis court.
The racket will talk, as a Spaniard once said a long time ago. Okay. All right. Thanks everyone so much for joining as well. It was great having everyone along for the ride for this, what ends up being historic moment in tennis. It was always going to be historic, but this is something special when someone achieves every possible big prize there is. And I'm not entirely sure you can argue that for any other player in history. You could look at over tennis, like big tournaments have come and gone. I don't think anyone's won them all until today. Novak Djokovic is an Olympic gold medalist. And we'll be talking more about it over the next few days, I suppose. So why don't you come and check out some more streams from us in the future? But until then, take care and keep talking tennis.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.